Testing 1, 2, testing 1, 2. Right, ladies and gents, also just for the sake of the online people, we're going to start about 10 past 9 o'clock. Apparently there's a long queue at the gate, so we're still waiting for everybody to enter and to join us here at the venue. So the session should start around about 10 past 9, quarter past 9, but we'll keep you guys posted. Thank you. So just bear with us. Thank you very much. Ladies and gents, can I ask that you start taking up your seats, please? Thank you. Seem to be getting settled down. There are obviously still people arriving, but maybe we can start with some housekeeping issues. Right. Good morning, everybody. Let's focus. I think this is the most energetic event I've ever seen. The reason why is some reason there's statics in this room, like nothing, especially on the stage. When you get onto the stage, you get a shock if you touch anything. So bear with us, should you see sparks or whatever, but hopefully our equipment, you will see the screen will go on and off with statics all over. So it's interesting. Maybe some of the physics guys can come and tell us what's going on. There's maybe that stage of the perspex or something causing this, but it is quite severe. But just some interesting information. Ladies and gents, I've got the important task to tell you more about where the toilets are. So should you move out the door there and you go through the first set of wooden doors, you'll see the stairs going down. And you will find that the ladies and gents there. The same on this side, when you pass the beverages and you go down the stairs there, there's ladies and gents there as well. So you're obviously welcome to visit them at any time. Also welcome to our YouTube and Zoom people. We've got quite a lot of people online. The YouTube people and Zoom people, you're welcome to text questions for the panelists. You know, should we have an opportunity, we'll obviously try and see if we can get your answers or your questions answered. The Zoom people, please keep yourselves on mute because the entire audience can hear you. Should you say something or make a noise, we can hear you here in the audience.
I just think that we all should.
That's a proof that we can hear people, you see. Yeah, so please keep yourselves on mute. We've got the point. Thank you. Ladies and gents, yeah, so today is the 22nd of August, 2024, and we're having the RTMS workshop. This event is proudly being hosted by Standard Bank. Kathy Bell and team, thank you very much for all the hard work you're doing and supporting us. Thank you. And I don't want to waste your time anymore, Kathy. I think I would like to hand over to you, who kindly agreed to MC the event for us. And so I would like to hand you over to Kathy, but what we're going to do is Kathy will also introduce us to the sponsors and so on. So I'm going to follow her with a camera, and she's going to have two mics. She's going to talk to you first, and then she start talking to the sponsors, and you'll see everything on the big screen. So here we go. Kathy, thank you. I'll bring you the microphones.
Thank you, everyone. Welcome. Harry's already done the welcome, but it's amazing to see a sea of faces. It's really, really great. And we appreciate the support. And then also on behalf of the RTMS Teko, Dr. Paul Nordingen, we also have Chris Stretcher from the board, Mavis Matlangu. They're all in present. And thank you so much for supporting the standard. We appreciate that. And then obviously from a sponsor point of view, it's always great to see so many excited and interested people. And we hope we can add some value during the day. We've got very, very awesome presenters. I think you're going to be really, really pleased. Okay, dokie. So we're going to start with, so we're going to skip Standard Bank for now. We'll come back to them later. I want to give some scope and exposure for the other partners. So today we also have Isuzu. They're on board today. Mo, thank you so much for joining us. Do you want to say a few words? Just a few words. They will give us a little presentation around their products, alternative energy vehicles, a little bit later on. But for now, Mo's just going to introduce himself, and Team Isuzu's in the room.
Hi everyone, I'm Mo Ibrahim from Isuzu and I'm the CV marketing specialist where I will be explaining what we do and why Isuzu. So thank you, that's me.
Thank you. Thank you very much. That's great. And then next up, we've got Ndima from JC Auditors, and she's got a very rich history in the industry. So she used to work for a company, and that is where she was exposed to RTMS and best practice. And she absolutely loves the standards. She works with Oliver and the JC Auditors team. Young Ndima.
Good morning, everyone. I am Ndima Mankomo, the auditor from JC Auditors. We are a certification body that is accredited by SANAS. We certify companies on ISO systems and RTMS. Please come through and hear more from my side. Thank you.
Okay. And then Oliver, I'm not sure if you want to play a video later on. I think you may. Okay, don't see me walk around Harry. He's in my butt. Asseblief, squin me. Skis. Donkey. There we go. Thank you. And then next up, we've got the team from Freeway, young Jonathan.
Thank you very much, Kathy. Good morning, everyone. It's an absolute honor and pleasure to be here and to represent our company, Freeway Fleet Maintenance. And yeah, we're happy to partner with the RTMS, and we, looking forward to building a relationship with you and the other bodies represented here as well. But we focus on the asset management, so on the maintenance side. So if the asset requires routine maintenance, tracks, costs, needs spares, our system sort of manages that. And it's on the compliance side, just as a natural output of using a simplified systemized system, you get compliance as a natural output as well as cost control. So that's what we focus on. If you are interested in knowing a little bit more about Freeway Fleet Systems, you're welcome to come over to our table and we'll, yes, please, if you don't mind.
Harry will play a video from Freeway. Tells you a little bit more about the company. Say, drukkie knoppie, Harry.
Freeway is a comprehensive system for managing fleets and other assets. It's a complete digital solution that eliminates paperwork and gives you visibility of everything going on in real time and from any internet-connected device. At the heart of Freeway is a tool for managing maintenance, compliance, and procurement. It gives you fingertip control over all workshop activities, from work scheduling to managing defects, tracking compliance, and automating stores and purchasing. In the workshop, mobile devices replace job cards, inspection sheets, and all paperwork. Engineers can instantly view maintenance histories, request parts, and check warranties. The devices are all synchronized in real time with Freeway's central asset management system, giving you total visibility of the status and costs of vehicles, parts, labor, and services. Freeway is a complete end-to-end solution for managing assets. It's also modular, so you can build the system bit by bit. Freeway is designed to connect seamlessly with your existing systems, whether it be operations, fuel, driver, accounts, or your management systems. Data can be freely interchanged. It provides a single point of access to give enterprise-wide visibility for those that need it. All the information you need is just one click away. So what about the systems used by suppliers? Well, Freeway allows easy data interchange here as well, eliminating unnecessary calls and emails. Freeway will ensure you are ready for any digital reporting requirements, whether it be for customers, transportation authorities, or compliance inspectors. Working away from the office? That's easy with Freeway's smartphone app. You can keep watch on what's happening in the workshop and manage everything remotely. And if you maintain assets for other divisions or external customers, a booking portal allows anyone to go online and to book a workshop slot. Freeway handles everything to do with your stores and purchasing, from digital stock issuing to warranty management and easy stock taking on a smartphone. Through improved stock control and a much better grasp of actual part performance and costs, you'll be able to optimize stock management and save money. You'll be able to accurately track the performance of vehicles and their component parts over time. Freeway's smart as well. The software works out future stock level requirements to automate stock replenishment. Freeway provides useful business analytics to reveal the true costs of your fleet, assets, and labor. It'll highlight higher than expected costs and allow you to drill down to identify and resolve issues. With Freeway, you join a growing community of other users and support teams from across the world.
Thank you very much. That was the Freeway presentation. Thank you so much. And also one of the partners. In fact, it's your second time. You were in PE and then today, and you just love, obviously, the support from industry. Thank you for your support as well. Next up, we've got an industry partner, which is Rika from Saboa, and she's going to say a few words around Saboa. They represent the bus industry.
I'm Rika van Eden from Saboa, and as you can see, we're the voice of the bus and coach industry. And just to how we connect with RTMS is just to mention you a few of our bus operators is like GAPS or Golden Arrow, Interstate, and Buscore. They are certified RTMS members.
Thank you, Rika. And then another industry partner. Oh, een bietjie hard gesit. Claire. So Claire will tell us a little bit about the African Supply Chain Awards as well as SAPEX. Thank you, Claire.
Thank you, Kathy. Thank you, Harry. I have two hats on today. Represent SAPEX, which is the Association for Operations and Supply Chain Management. And if you're interested in speaking to us about membership, please come and chat to the SECO later. We also, I'm also representing ASCIA, the Africa Supply Chain Excellence Awards. We've just held our third successful award season. We're honored to have Kathy Bell as an amazing judge of the awards. And this program is by the industry for the industry. So we have industry bodies such as SILSA and SAPEX as part of our team. And this year we had 81 entries of amazing supply chain projects from around Africa, which got whittled down to 31 in the finals. So if you're interested in entering your projects into the Africa Supply Chain Excellence Awards, please come and have a look at some of the the entries from this year, and we're very grateful to RTMS, Kathy and Harry, for having us today.
Thank you, Claire. And then we have another industry association that's supporting the industry. So we've got the ladies from Gibbs and also the Logistic Achiever Awards. And I'm handing over. Please give us a short video.
Gone quiet for a couple of years, but we're back. And I think from our side, really, what is the Logistic Achievers Awards? Logistics Achievers Awards is really about saying, how do we recognize the people in the logistics industry? So them, us going in, seeing their projects, how do we make sure that we are recognizing the creativity and encouraging that innovation of those awards, as well as creating awareness? So really bringing all the different people together, different players together, and helping everybody to learn more. And so through that as well, what we then do with those case studies is that we'll then bring them back into the business school, and they will also then be used as case studies on the programs that we run. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Lorraine. And then Harry, we're just going to go out here to one of our other partners from an industry association point of view and industry. And it is the ladies from UJ. Give us a quick word on UJ. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Zukisa. I'm the marketing coordinator at the Department of Transport and Supply Chain Management. Today, we are here to engage with you regarding our available courses. We even have short courses that you can take up. You study while you work. We have great opportunities, and I'm looking forward to engage with you.
Thank you very much. And just a quick heads up, in the diploma student in second year, in one of the modules, they've incorporated RTMS as part of the diploma student, which is great. Thank you, Vijay. And then our next partner are the teams from an industry point of view from Master Trucker. They've got the rollover prevention training, and we can give them an opportunity to say a few words.
Hi, so we're from Master Drive. Charles, I'm Neil. So we don't believe that we're a driver training company. We more believe that we're a behavioral change company. Because anyone can train a driver. We want to change the neuroplasticity of their brain. So yeah, if you want to come find out more about rollover prevention or our training courses, please come see us.
Thank you very much. And then on the table, they've got the tankers, so you can actually see the benefits of slosh and surge to understand what the impact is on your tankers. It's very good for the industry that does anything that with liquid, with chemicals, with fuel, etc. So you can show that. And by the way, you can also do the course, which I've done at Nasrec. You can actually drive a real truck and try and roll it over. Yes, indeed, indeed. Thank you very much. And then back in the room, we've got wonderful support from the industry. Next up, we've got Catherine from SILSA. Please share a word or two about SILSA.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Catherine Larkin, and I am with the Chartered Institute of Logistics and Transport. I'm here with my colleague, Moira Mapeza. And really, the Institute is for people. It's giving career support in the industry. We give our members the tools, knowledge, and network they really need to thrive in this very dynamic industry. So please come and chat to myself and Moira to learn more about what we do and discover about some of our exciting events happening towards the end of the year. And thank you, Kathy, for the opportunity.
Thank you so much. And then we've got a sponsoring partner, the team from Michelin Connected Fleet. I think they want to play their video first, Harry, if you don't mind, and then they'll give us a word or two. Thank you.
In our constantly connected world, your vehicles are critical to taking goods and services where they need to go. To maximize uptime, coordinate maintenance, stick to schedules, and handle unexpected problems that arise, you need support from a fleet management partner that works just as hard as you do. At Michelin Connected Fleet, our services and solutions are designed to provide you with the tools and information you need to manage your fleet on a day-to-day basis. But most of all, to transform your operational efficiency. Our journey begins with understanding your specific needs and continues long after our technologies are installed. We collect mobility data from your fleet and then convert it into effective action plans for your business, giving you a competitive edge. More than a supplier, we work as a true partner, supporting you with data-driven recommendations to help you reduce costs, improve productivity, keep your drivers and cargo safe, and manage sustainable fleets. Our performance analysis services are the key to your success. With a global presence, 70,000 customers worldwide, and over 600,000 connected vehicles, you're working with a true leader in sustainable mobility, one that will help keep your business safe and successful far into the future. At Michelin, our mission is to forge a better life in motion. Together. Michelin Connected Fleet. Fleet management mastered.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. I'm Shivani. I'm the country head for Michelin Connected Fleet in South Africa. You're probably wondering, how is Michelin in fleet management? So note we said fleet management and not telematics because we're not here to sell black boxes. We're really here to understand exactly what are the pain points in the market. And we've launched 3 years ago. And we took this time to firstly understand the pain points of our transporters. And then, of course, make sure that we have a solution that is bespoke to that need. So we are quite excited to be here today. So thank you, RTMS. And we also look forward to hosting you in October at the next workshop. But if you have any questions in terms of fleet management, please come visit our stand at the back. And our team will be able to support and assist you with any questions you have. So thank you.
Thanks so much, Michelin. And then I want to also give Mavis Mahlangu. So everybody says thank you, Kathy, but in fact, it was a team effort. We collaborate. So Mavis and I worked on this particular workshop, and I want to give Mavis opportunity also to add more than a few words.
Good morning, everyone. Kathy, I'll see you. I'm not Mahlangu. I'm Mhlanga. So my name is Mavis Mhlanga. My cap today is RTMS board member and well, the organizer with Kathy, as she already indicated. I would like to ask something from all of you. I never heard anyone clapping hands, but this is what I want to ask you. This is Women's Month. Can we all clap our hands? Thank you so much. I don't have to say much about RTMS, but as one of the board members, I just want to welcome you all and to thank you for coming and join us. Also our sponsors, our supporters, our associates. And I'm also inviting not only women, but those who are available. Next week on the 28th, the same place, we are celebrating Women's Month because it's Women's Month. We'll be joined by the Minister of Women, Youth and Disability. Thank you. Have a lovely day further.
Thank you, Mavis. Thank you very much. And then I also want to extend the invitation to one of our industry partners and also an associate and a partner for RTMS, one of the other certification bodies. Paula, please share your thoughts.
Morning, everyone. My name is Paula and I'm from Zolabix. We are a certification body accredited by SANAS for the RTMS standard. And a little bit later on today, I'd like to share a few challenges we've picked up along the road. Nobody likes to talk about challenges, but I think when I start explaining to you all, you understand what it's all about. We are very grateful to be here, and I hope everyone enjoys this day. Thank you so much for the invitation.
Thank you. Alrighty, that closes out for the partners. Stanenbeck will speak a little bit later on, but for now, thank you, Harry. We can move on to the program. I think I've covered everyone. I have indeed. I have indeed. Mr. Chris Stretch, are you in the room, in the house? He is here. So we actually, I didn't want to miss you, but I am now going to make sure. So we have another RTMS board member in the room, and he's from KZN, the HOD for freight at the Department of Transport in KZN. Please share your thoughts on the day. Thank you.
Kathy knows I love speaking, so thanks, Kathy, for that. No, just very excited to be part of RTMS. Obviously, it was piloted in KZN, like all good projects. But yeah, it's really a good thing, but over to you.
Thank you. Thanks so much. Harry, I think then we can move on to the program. So next up, we've got Dr. Paul Nordengen. He's going to give us a presentation around PBS and also RTMS. Paul used to work, Dr. Paul Nordengen worked for the CSR for many, many moons. He now is still one of our leading industry experts on performance-based standards. Dr. Paul, thank you.
Thanks, Harry. Good morning, everyone. Whoops, yeah, there is static up here. It's great to be here, and it's just such a fantastic turnout. And I'm just going to start off by giving an introduction to the RTMS, where it comes from. But before I do that, I just want to acknowledge Kathy. There we go. That we decided to specifically plan an RTMS workshop in August to celebrate Women's Month. And so this is the second one, and they've done a huge amount of work, especially engaging with partners and sponsors. And so on behalf of the RTMS directors and the Steercom, special thanks to them, and also to all the partners and associations that have made this possible. Okay, so the RTMS, where did it start? So we were involved in a project when I was at the CSIR with the Department of Transport, focusing on trying to address overload control. But if we look at it now, more than 20 years later, the whole focus of RTMS is to improve safety on the road and sustainability. I think most of us realize how important freight transport is and passenger transport is, and the road network is for our country. A lot of our industries are a long way from the coast, so the transport of goods and services in South Africa is actually critical compared to many other countries. But we've also found that the RTMS has been a very good tool for smaller companies who are involved in road freight transport or passenger transport to implement building blocks that make their businesses sustainable. It's quite easy to get into road transport, and a lot of people think it's a way of making a quick buck. But if you don't put certain things in place, basic fleet management principles, your risk becomes very high, and then you're very likely to go out of business. So When I was at the CSR for many years, and we did an overload control strategy with the National Department of Transport, we had been involved in a number of overload control strategies for different provinces and a few other African countries. And this was a sort of an integrated overload control strategy, which largely dealt with the sort of traditional approach: build more weighbridges, train traffic officers, tighten up on the legislation. But we had been exposed from a few other countries, and in particular Australia, of a self-regulatory approach. So without thinking of kind of the typical ISO management system standards at that point, we just thought we should recommend, as part of the overload control strategy, to encourage self-regulation, voluntary compliance. But at that point, we really didn't have an idea of where it would lead. And we were fortunate just shortly after the publication of that strategy, that the forestry industry, in particular SAPI and Mondi, partnered with the CSR and Productivity South Africa, or it was then the National Productivity Institute, to say, we need to do something about these overloaded trucks in timber, because it's destroying the road network, the provincial road networks in particular. A lot of those roads, there are no law enforcement weighbridges, which are mainly on the primary routes. So we need to do something. And that's where it all started. So if you look at the key elements, what I consider the key elements of road freight transport, it's the road infrastructure, it's the vehicles, and it's the drivers. And so when we started, it was really, the whole project was focusing on protecting the road infrastructure by reducing overloading. So from a government perspective. But what we found, and as I said, is that it's become a more holistic standard. And this goes right back to probably the second or third year in its existence, where, yes, there's been a focus on reducing overloading, protecting roads and bridges, but actually the biggest impact has been on the other two elements: vehicles, so doing proper vehicle maintenance, operational aspects, speeding, compliance generally, and then, and in particular, the drivers. So it's the driver skill, training drivers, driver health, which is often overlooked, and managing fatigue. So those are kind of the areas really from a high level that the RTMS is trying to address. So essentially, the initiative is about managing risk. And that really covers just about everything. You're running a transport business, you need to manage your risk. If you don't, you're going to more than likely be in trouble. It's promoting compliance, because that is what there's the legislation. I mean, we're supposed to comply with the regulations and the legislation, but very importantly, it's about increasing productivity. So if you don't have that element, a lot of transport operators pay lip service to things like safety and compliance. They're really focusing on the bottom line. So if you can show that introducing a sort of a structured approach, which is really good fleet management practices, you actually improve your bottom line, you reduce risk, and you improve productivity. That's very important. And I think that will come out in the case studies. So the reality in South Africa and in many countries is that heavy vehicles have a very significant impact on road safety, and also the sort of the flow of the capacity of the network, especially on the primary networks. So we have truck crashes which cause fatalities, serious injuries, damage to the infrastructure, damage to the cargo and the trucks, and also in some cases significant delays, which then costs the economy. And then the road network. So we've seen a lot of roads in South Africa, fortunately not the primary road network, that is being very well maintained by SANRAL. Some of the provincial roads are good, but there are many provincial and municipal roads that are in a very bad condition, which have a negative impact on transport costs. So not only safety, and if you don't maintain your roads as they should be, then the costs escalate exponentially. So you need to do preventative maintenance to keep a road in its good condition for its design life. If you allow it to deteriorate, where you've got big potholes and the water gets in there, then the road is destroyed and you've got to basically rebuild it. So that can cost 18 to 20 times more than if you just did your proper preventative maintenance. And so we get into this cycle of running around fixing potholes, and that's costing far more than if we had just done the proper preventative maintenance. I've seen potholes in Johannesburg where there are plants growing in the potholes, been there for so long, and then someone actually took the trouble to go and do a bit of weeding to get rid of the weeds. I mean, that is just crazy. So some work was done on looking at the impact of bad roads on transport, and this is only maintenance and repair costs. And you can see a significant increase in maintenance repair costs from trucks that are using a good road to a fair road to a bad road. And this doesn't take into account increased fuel consumption, increased journey time, and possible damage to the commodity, depending on what you transporting. Now, I think many of you are aware of an initiative by FleetWatch magazine called the Brake and Tire Watch, which has had a huge impact on training traffic officers to focus on mainly trucks, brakes and tires, but other areas. I've been involved in quite a number of them. Kathy Bell has been involved in a lot of them. I'm not sure who else here, but there's a number of industry partners that have been very active in this initiative. But the scary thing is that after 46 events, and I think it might be 47 now, things been cut off, Harry? The bottom of the slide is cut off, I've just noticed. But anyway, if there's a line that's missing, so of the 771 vehicles that have been tested in this training course, 2-day training course, 533 were discontinued. That's a 69% failure rate. And that figure has basically stayed the same from 10 years ago. And after every training event, sometimes it's a little bit up, a little bit down, but it's amazing how it's consistently stayed at 69% over all the years. So that's a frightening thing to think about. That probably, and that's not looking at overloading and speeding and driver fatigue and all those other things. This is just looking at the fitness of the vehicle. So we can sort of fairly comfortably say that more than half the trucks on our roads now are not compliant, whether it's to do with the vehicle fitness or the driver fitness or the loading or the speeding. That's the challenge that we have. And brake linings should be touching, like on the left-hand photograph. Often there are large gaps, 10-millimeter gaps, or the lining's gone, or even the shoe's gone, or the brake booster's not there. So there are many, many trailers on the roads that don't have brakes. The operators rely on the truck tractor to provide the braking forces. Very unsafe. And tires. Tires, I've had personal experience with tires, and these are incredibly important for trucks and vehicles on the road. Your own motor vehicle, that's the contact between the road and the vehicle. So managing your tires is very important, not only from a safety point of view, but also from a fuel consumption point of view. So these so-called low rolling resistance tires or green tires, they cost more, but I was involved in some studies with the CSR at Girotech comparing different tires. And in fact, if you look at the reduced fuel consumption, the total cost of these low rolling resistance tires actually makes economic sense. So there's a lot to learn about tires for many operators. I was involved in an OECD project some years ago called Moving Freight with Better Trucks, and it was frightening to see how bad South Africa's heavy vehicle fatality rate is per 100 million kilometers. That's the line at the top there, compared with all the other countries that were participating in the study. So we are way out of line, and I think that's the case for many developing countries. If you look at fatalities, we have this decade of action for road safety. I'm sure many of you are aware of it. The first one was from 2010 to 2020. And now we're into the second one, 2020 to 2030. United Nations Decade of Action. And a number of us are involved in an ISO committee, it's TC241, which looks at ISO 39001, which is Road Safety Traffic Management Systems. Road Traffic Safety Management Systems. And so we meet once a year and they share best practice and see what various countries are doing. So like in Sweden, for example, they actually reduced their fatalities significantly over the first decade of action. And the same with Japan. You can see how these figures are coming down. So there are countries in the world that are, Australia is another one, the UK, looking at bringing down fatalities. Zero, they're actually targeting zero. I know Sweden that's their target. But if you look at South Africa, the green line this is fatal crashes and these are fatalities. But you can see basically from 2012 to 2022, there's hardly been a change. We're sitting on 206 fatalities per million kilometers, per million people population. Sweden is on 18. So we just worlds apart. And these are a whole lot of European countries going from 17 all the way up to 93. The worst one in Europe is 93 fatalities per million kilometers, per million population, and we're sitting on 206. Anyway, so there's a lot that we can improve on. And the other aspect is the congestion due to crashes. And this is Town Hill, infamous for trucks breaking down, crashing, sometimes exploding. There was one, I remember a year or two ago, a tanker actually exploded, and then causing delays. And you might be a good compliant operator, but your truck is stuck in that queue, which is costing your company money. You may not get to the harbor on time or whatever. So one of the things I believe in is that the RTMS, what we're trying to do is improve efficiency and capacity on the network for everyone's benefit. So it's not only important for your company to be compliant, but it's in your own interest for a lot more other companies to also be compliant. Less breakdowns on the road, less crashes on the road, your company will be able to operate more efficiently. If we have lots of crashes on the N3, every week, it's not good for your company, even if it's not your trucks that are involved. So the RTMS, and I'm not going to go into much detail because we're going to have some wonderful case studies today, I know, but it's industry-led, it's government-supported. We've seen that particularly in some provinces like KwaZulu-Natal. And it encourages not just transport operators, but also consignors and consignees. And over the years, we've had very good support from very large consignors and consignees, initially with Sappi and Mondi, but subsequently, a lot of the bigger mines, Coca-Cola, AB InBev, are really supporting it because they see the benefit from a corporate governance point of view. And it has these objectives of improving safety, preserving the road infrastructure, and improving productivity. So the elements which will be covered in more detail later on in the program are covered on this slide. So there's 4 main pillars, and it's about loading, it's about safety and compliance, and it's about driver wellness, which covers those elements I mentioned earlier. And then there's the support. So that's really, it's what we call a management system standard. It's similar to ISO 9000, ISO 14000, but it just focuses on, it focuses on commercial vehicle transport. So any commercial fleet can become certified in terms of the RTMS. I guess you could, if you've got a fleet at home with all your kids, you've got 4 vehicles, I suppose you could also become RTMS certified. But so I just want to touch on a few positive outcomes. Well, this is not too clear, but as we mentioned earlier, it started in the forestry industry, and initially about 30% of all the timber trucks for carrying timber for the pulp and paper industry, which is in Mpumalanga and KwaZulu-Natal, were overloaded. 30%. And that's measuring all the trucks at the timber mills. the pulp and paper mills where the timber is delivered. So it was more or less 100% sample. And through the industry taking responsibility and forming an RTMS, a forestry RTMS committee, of which Chris Stretch is the chairman. And I'll give you an opportunity to say a few words, Chris. Just joking. We've seen a massive improvement. So the initial target was 4%. So this is 18%. No, sorry, this is 13%. So when they started off, it was somewhere through the roof here, 30%. It's 13%. You can see the target is 4%. And then at the beginning of 2015, the industry reduced their target to 1%. So from 2015, and this is measuring every month, all the timber trips, between 20 and 30,000 trips a month, they managing to keep around 1%. That's a phenomenal story. And there's a similar story in the sugar cane industry, where they started also above 30% overloading. And you can see how it's come down to less than 1% of the trips are overloaded. And they've actually managed to increase their average payload. So they're using onboard load cells, eliminate overloading largely and minimize underloading. So your average payload actually goes up, which is the productivity side. An example of the city of Cape Town, it's just a typical example. When they started, about 50% of their vehicles were being serviced on time. That's a fleet of 900 vehicles, mostly LDVs. So only 50% compliance in terms of vehicle servicing. So they set themselves a target of 94%. That's that red line there. And you can see it took them about 6-7 years, but that's one of the principles of RTMS or any management system standard, is to measure, to monitor, and to improve, continuous improvement. So it doesn't mean you're going to start off at 100%. You're going to start off wherever you are now, but you're going to put things in place, policies, procedures, and you're going to start to improve, even if it takes 5-6 years. And you can see the average fuel consumption over the period from 2008 to 2017 came down by 24%, which is a huge savings for 900 vehicles. Here's another example, Jabula plant hire, measuring crashes, coming down, measuring fleet availability, and measuring downtime. Those are the kind of things that you would measure if you RTMS certified. And a lot of the telematic systems or different, these software can produce all this information from all the data they gather from the trucks. The last one that I want to share is Dawn Logistics. They're one of the early adopters of RTMS. So you can see from 2013 to 2017, a big reduction in fines, a significant reduction in crashes, even more significant reduction in driver error crashes from 19 to 5, and reduction in breakdowns. And they also measured a significant reduction in average fuel consumption, and they attributed that to driver training, improved driver training. So, and also good maintenance processes, but defensive driving. So it's reducing harsh acceleration, harsh braking, and also speeding. And this table shows using their telematics system. So it's nothing to do with speeding fines, but using their telematics. In 2014, they had 60,000 speeding events, which they define. It's going over a certain speed for more than a certain period of time, or a higher speed, or whatever, So an average of 300 speeding events per vehicle per year. And you can see how that came down by a tenfold, more than tenfold over 4 years. So that represents a big reduction in risk. So, and then you would expect, if you reduce your speeding events like this, you're going to see other benefits. So reduce fuel consumption, reduce crashes, reduce other better drivers. So the qualitative benefits that have been measured through the case studies that we're going to see today and in the past, there's a lot of qualitative benefits, especially around drivers. So RTMS ensures a lot more focus on looking after the drivers, training, health, identifying chronic illnesses, taking corrective action, make sure they maybe get more exercise, change diet, get onto chronic medication, which improves their quality of life. And these are a number of the benefits that have been mentioned by operators as a result of implementing the RTMS. So where we are at the moment, 382 fleets or depots that are certified. So 18,000 motorized units, 21,000 trailers. Here you can see the increase, and COVID put a little dent in the growth, but it's actually increased quite significantly over the last 4 or 5 years, adoption by companies. And then this just shows the number of vehicles. And then what's quite important is the size, the fleet size. And we've seen a particular growth in the smaller fleets over the last 5 years. So 1 to 5 trucks, 6 to 10 trucks, 11 to 20 trucks. That's where the biggest growth has been, which is good. Obviously, you've got the bigger, sort of more, the large fleets that maybe were one of the more early adopters of RTMS, but we've seen a great increase here. And this is the number of new vehicles per year. So in 2021, which was sort of still in the COVID era, we had 317 new vehicles joining RTMS. And this year, so far, we've had 1,700 vehicles joining RTMS. So there's been a steady increase in the number of companies and vehicles that are participating, which is, as I said, the more we have that are compliant, and I'm not saying you have to be RTMS certified. You can be a very good operator. It doesn't have to be RTMS certified, but it's a good tool. And that makes our whole road network more efficient. So I believe that more than 50% of the vehicles on the road are not compliant if you look at all the different regulations. And I also believe that law enforcement has a very small impact on trying to address this problem. That's the reality of living in South Africa, is just the law enforcement. Maybe they look at loading with weighbridges and perhaps speeding, but the rest, the brakes, tires, driver hours, all that, it's got to be our responsibility as a private sector to make sure that those are compliant. So the aim of the RTMS really is to move that vertical line more to the right, to get more compliant operators on the road for everyone's benefit. And I would say, in my own experience, the major impacts of this standard have been these. So driver training, managing speeding, but managing fatigue, obviously overloading, and vehicle servicing and maintenance. So that's my introduction. We want to prevent overloads. Proper vehicle maintenance prevents breakdowns. And of course, a big focus on the drivers and ultimately reduce fatalities. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Paul. That was great as always. Thank you so much for that introduction. It's lovely. So we're going to go straight into the rest of the program, which is going to be Anna. Anna will do our presentation from Mamoja. Indeed. Our presenter from the Minerals Council, Christian Tefo, he couldn't quite make it. He had an incident this morning. So we're going to go straight into Anna. That's going to give us a wonderful presentation. And welcome, Anna. It's lovely. The floor is yours.
Good morning, everyone. Next slide. Oh. Okay, my name is Anna Manugu from Mamoja Trading and Projects, a transport company in Marikana. And yes, I'm not a model, I'm a transporter, for those of you that got confused there. So I'm going to be sharing with you my journey in maintaining my RTMS certification over the years. I think the first time I got to be audited was in 2022, and we've been maintaining the certification to date. It wasn't an easy journey, but we're still pulling through because As I'll be presenting, you'll get to know as to why did I choose to stick on being accredited. Just to break the ice, I don't know how many of you came across this kind of a situation on your way here. I always say in South Africa, we like to turn things that are abnormal into normal. You know, these are some of the things that we've gotten accustomed to and are normal. And we tend to share the same roads that we use, the same roads that our kids use with these kind of transporters, and it's okay. Nobody's saying anything about it. So indeed, this shows us that compliance in South Africa, South African transport industry is more important than we can ever imagine. It's funny how people tend to, you know, they don't know what they don't know and inadvertently cut corners. And that's when we experience problems. So as I've mentioned that I'm going to be sharing with you my journey. I'm going to start off with the benefits. Those of you, it's my second time being actually invited here. So I'm going to be sharing with you the benefits. Those of you who have seen my previous presentations should know where we're coming from. It was very dusty. It was a very rough patch before we were accredited. And I must say that we are improving as a company, and indeed we have seen the benefits of being certified. The first and the most important one benefit that we've seen as a company is credibility and trust when coming to our clients. So we are a transport company that's servicing mostly mines in Marikana area. And you should know with mines, whether you're small or large, compliance is the same. They know there's no favors as to whether you're a small company or a big company. If this is a requirement, it's a requirement across the board. So we're transporting platinum concentrate in a slurry form, utilizing bulk tankers. That's where we started. Those of you that would have seen my presentations in the past, you'd see how messy it was in the past. I remember how we'd overload most of the times, and we have clients that we take materials from our cargo from, utilizing the N4. And as you know, as you're driving down the N4, there's a way bridge. We'd always be caught there. And once you're at the way bridge, there's no mananga there. You are caught, you have to offload your cargo and ensure that you move the allowed mass of cargo that you're carrying. And with platinum concentrate being in a slurry form in a bulk tanker, so it's slurry. Many times we'd have to get people from the neighboring communities to come help us with buckets to offload from one tanker to the other. Imagine if you are the MD of Sibanye or a Glencoe or a big mine, passing your material being offloaded like that along the way. So yeah, that sort of like, they were like, this girl is playing games with our 2 million rand product offloading it on the way like this. So yeah, it sort of like tarnished our image. But then because of RTMS, we were able to, you know, restore the trust with our clients. And to date, we're still having that good relationship with them, all thanks to our RTMS. And I must say, it also gave us competitive advantage. I guess we all know that. You know, when your truck comes with that badge, the yellow badge, it sort of like sets you aside, apart from the rest. So whenever I'm with fellow SMMEs, you know, when a Mamoja truck comes in, you know, I always walk up with my chin up, knowing that mine has got that yellow badge on, and that automatically tells a story to the world. So I'd get to be approached, you know, clients would want to know who am I and all that. That's why I'm saying it has given me that competitive advantage. Sorry about that. And the next one would be your improved processes and efficiency. I mean, I always tell my associates or fellow transporters, I used to call this industry the transport, because mostly people that are in it will tell you that they don't sleep. I'm like, hey guys, I sleep. I still get my 8 hours sleep, all thanks to RTMS, you know. Otherwise, I wouldn't be looking this good if I wasn't sleeping and all things. All thanks to RTMS. So because I know we've got procedures and policies, you know, when I'm having that expensive assets and somebody behind it that is driving it, I know he knows exactly what he needs to do. He knows exactly what is it that is required of him on the road, the procedures, the policies. What is it that is expected of him? That's how we get to sleep at the end of the day, knowing that people that are driving this thing on our behalf know exactly what they need to do. And I must say that is very beneficial. We've seen, reduced number of incidents, even when an incident occurs these days, when they tell me, oh, your truck has been involved in an accident, I wake up and say, I'm definitely sure it was not my driver's fault. Because I know, and I'd say 99% of the time, indeed, it's never their fault because we train them on how to properly deliver the services that we deliver. Increased market opportunities, many organizations now, as much as it is a voluntary certification, many clients now, especially in the mines, are starting to recognize RTMS. It makes their life easy. Like yesterday, one of the clients was auditing us. And I was glad to hear that when he heard that, okay, he's auditing Mamoja, and he was like, oh, at least I'm gonna have less of a headache because I know those ones have got their house in order. And instead of an audit taking the whole day, it just took a maximum of 3 hours. So it's sort of like, as I'm saying, it gives market opportunities before you because clients know that you deliver quality service. When they get to you, they know that, okay, I'm gonna just have to focus on my production. And when coming to issues of transportation, I know my supplier has got that in order. And when coming to employee motivation, you'd know that part and parcel of the pillars of RTMS includes driver wellness as well as other trainings. So as Dr. Paul has just mentioned, we monitor as far as their chronic diseases as to whether are they taking their medication. If you're sitting there not doing it, you might think, at the end of the day, it's not my job. It doesn't help me. But if you have a driver, once you have a driver that is fit, obviously you're going to be able to make more money because he's going to be present to deliver your services. We also measure their KPIs. This sort of like motivates them. Every month end, we have the driver of the month. They get to be motivated. And if a driver drives that truck for you efficiently, it also saves you money. We've seen a reduction on our fuel costs, on our tire wear and tear, even on maintenance itself, those harsh break-ins, because those are the things that we're monitoring. And once drivers know that you're monitoring them, you'll see their behavior starting to change because they know somebody's watching. And with you rewarding it at the end of the day, they only get to be motivated. And what does that result to? It results to your clients as well being satisfied. That is why the last point would be customer satisfaction, because at the end of the day, they've got drivers that are delivering their services in an efficient way, as well as us making sure that, we reduce their incidents and all those other things, downtime, because all with the help of RTMS. So I'm gonna share my journey with you to the second certification. We just received our second certification the previous month, yippee. And I've just tabled out some of the things that are more important pillars of RTMS. So when you started off, things like speeding, we all know, like your car, you'd say, okay, in South Africa, I'm allowed to drive 120 kilometers per hour. But are you also allowed to drive 120 kilometers per hour in a village? Definitely no. But then if it's a driver knows that, okay, a truck has to go at 80 kilometers per hour. Is it all overweight has to drive at 80 kilometers per hour? No. So as the owner of the transport, how will you know that the driver drives at the, agreed or recommended speed whenever you're not around? That's where RTMS comes in. So we started off with speeding. We didn't have a system that was monitoring that. And then 2022, we got the system. 2023, okay, we were still getting used to it. So to us, it was that thing that, okay, drivers has to, the allowed speed for a truck is 80 kilometers. So that's the only thing we're monitoring there, to say as long as they are not exceeding 80 kilometers, you're okay. But then when they came to audit us, they told us, no, Mugele, you're still not okay. You still need to fix there and there. So I had to go as far as monitoring your 60 and 70 kilometers per hour zones as well. And this year when they came to audit us, well, there were no findings. And then when coming to working hours, you know, we always pushing, driver, you must push, man. At the end of the day, we must push these loads. Whether you're working 20 hours or whatever, hey man, I'll give you 100 rand more for working more hours. Thinking that is the right thing to do. But as soon as we got certified, we knew that was wrong. And then in 2023, it was recommended that you need to start monitoring the excessive hours that they picked up from our operations. And then in 2024, we started using, because we are also registered with the Bargaining Council, and with the Bargaining Council, drivers shouldn't exceed 15 hours. But as per our policy, we said 12 hours, but then we got a hiding there to say, but your policy says your drivers won't drive over 12 hours. There's a reason why you said that, so monitor that as well. And another thing that is big and most important is maintenance. I'm sure most of you would know. So in the previous year, we had we missed about 6 services in 12 months. And this year it was only 3 out of 100. Don't ask me why would I service the truck 100 times in a year. Those are some of the mistakes we do as SMMEs, you know. It was for the first time seeing a truck that is being serviced every 350 hours. You ask yourself, when does it get to work then, when it has to be serviced every 350 hours? But we learn as we go. Those are some of the things that you learn as you are in this industry. So of the 100 service intervals that we had for the past 12 months, we only exceeded 3 times. So I'm going to talk about the challenges, as Dr. Paul spoke earlier, that we face as SMEs when coming to RTMS certification. We've just mentioned that, Dr. Paul just mentioned that we need to get more trucks certified, having that badge. But how do we get there? So with the challenges that SMEs have, it's limited resources. Most of us, how we got to be introduced to RTMS certification, we'd be involved in ESD, say in a mine, and a mine would get you accredited the first year, supporting you financially. But the following year, you are no longer part of that program. How do you carry on now going on? So those are the challenges that they have when coming to financial stability, human resources, because as I've just mentioned, everything that we use to monitor these things requires finances, requires human resources, finances in a sense that you need systems that are going to keep on tracking as to whether you're still doing things right. You know, regulatory compliance, you need that police officer in the office that's going to make sure that this culture is being followed. Things are being done the way they should be done. You know, talent acquisition and retention, especially for us that are in the mining industry. You get a safety officer today, 2-3 months the line, he's going to meetings in the mine. The mine advertises a safety officer or position. Obviously he goes. I'm not going to give him the benefits that the mine is giving him because I'm an SMME. So those are some of the challenges that we have and that I've picked up with some other SMMEs that they have in terms of keeping this certification going on. And then those that are accredited, the challenges that they face, it's limited market area. They get certified, but then to maintain it, it's a problem. So it's difficulty in penetrating the competitive markets dominated by larger players, or even collaborating with larger players. So what I always say is that as much as your mines are starting to recognize these RTMS, so as a big player in the industry, if that is a requirement from the mine, why can't you also make it a requirement on your side to say, if I'm going to look for a subcontractor, he definitely has to be RTMS certified. More so because now we know that most big players are forced to JV or to collaborate with small SMMEs in this industry. So I would put it to you that it's something that we need to look at as well. You know, short-term contracts as well. If you don't have a long-term contract, I've just mentioned things like your telematics, you pay them on a monthly basis. That certification, although it's annually, you have to budget it for it throughout the year. So if you're not gonna have an ongoing business, it makes it difficult for you to continue being certified. You know, another thing is visibility and credibility. There are those that are there. Fortunately, as Mamoja, I'm here. Some of you might know about me. What about others that are certified out there that are not known? How do you make sure that they are visible and that they are known, that they are so that they can stand out there for when opportunities arise? So I always say that we can always use RTMS as a differentiator. We've already mentioned that it enhances credibility. And so it sort of like signals to you that obviously this transporter knows what he's doing, he's compliant, and he follows the standards. So for me, if I was a big player or if I was the mine, that's one person I'd first consider if I was to do business with. You know, quality assurance, it demonstrates commitments to quality and safety at the end of the day. As I've just mentioned, that I'm even able to sleep at night because I know everything is safely handled, you know, the quality of work is still top notch. And then when coming to marketing advantage, I'd say if we can highlight RTMS accredited SMEs in promotional materials and help them to help to set the SME apart from the competitors, increasing their visibility in the industry, as I've mentioned, that there are many out there that are certified, but we don't know of. So we just have to find a way of making sure that we put them out there. So as the way forward in closing, I've been talking for long. As the way forward in closing, I'd like to leave you with these questions moving forward. To say that, as Dr. Paul mentioned, how do we get many of us to be RTMS certified? We have seen the benefits. We've all seen the benefits of being RTMS certified. We all know that, you know, the government alone cannot do it. We have, I'm part and parcel of the Break Tire campaign, Fleet Watch, and things that we see out there are not on. So how do we, as the industry, work together in ensuring that we give support to those that don't have to form part of this community, the RTMS community, in ensuring that they stay accredited, they stay in business, and we move forward with this flagship of RTMS. Thank you.
That was absolutely fantastic. And I think I love what you've done about the end there, about all those questions. That was really marvelous. Thank you so much. You did, I would like you to give on another hand, because also Women's Month, give another round of applause. Thank you. Okay, and then next up, we've got Mr. Albakwe Moseta from VDS, part of the One Logics group. And the floor is yours, sir. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
They can't hear you on the mic. Okay. Just wait.
Vehicles into the supply chain can be challenging without the right support, but working with One Logic's VDS is the solution. Streamline and improve the way you move vehicles into, around, and out of Southern Africa when you work with a team that is as passionate as you are. OneLogix VDS moves vehicles from the Durban port to our bonded facility with seamless integration with customs. We are proud of our ability to move up to 4,000 vehicles every single week. Once your vehicles arrive, we check them in and they are micro-dotted, stored and preserved according to your OEM standard. We know the ins and outs of each OEM requirement and we are proud to fulfill them for you. Now, let us start talking about your vehicle processing and repair centers. This is where we hand deliver your vehicles for processing, inspections, and value-added fitments.
Good, so I'm not used to this. Sorry. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Aubakwe Museta, and I just want to recognize the RTMS board that is in the house, and also all the sponsors that are here. I just want to greet you all, and thank you so much for the opportunity that Katie and the RTMS board has given me to share our story and our journey with RTMS. As they said earlier on, this is the month for women. I also want to recognize all the ladies in the house. Amanda. Today is a very emotional day for me. And I know Katie always says, Obako, you've got so much energy. But the reason why it is very emotional is because somebody that I last saw about 16 years ago, we actually met 18 years ago, and I think we spent 2 years together. I found him here. So, so it is very emotional because this is the person that really, the first time when I obtained my code 14, it was because of him. Why I got into transport, it was because of him. He, as most of you may know, some of you may know that I'm one of those that started in a learnership program. I didn't know nothing about transport. I did not know nothing about trucks. But when an opportunity came through about a learnership program at OneLogix, as a young man from Soweto, grew up in Soweto, I took the opportunity and applied, and I was successful. And a gentleman that I want to recognize today is in the house, who, when I came through, welcomed me, taught me transport, taught me trucks. So it's been about 16 years. I've never seen him, and I just want to recognize him, Mr. Kukemur. Can you just stand up, sir? So when I saw him, I could not say a word because it was very touching. I know what he has done in my life, and I just want to appreciate him. So all the stories that I always share how I joined transport is because of men like him who invested a lot in our lives. I did not know nothing about trucks. He's the one who was showing me how to drive trucks. Even when I did my first trip to the DRC, from South Africa to the DRC, driving as a truck driver, he was the guy that really mentored me and taught me a lot of things that I know today. And I just want to appreciate you, sir. Don't tell them about the other stories that I was naughty. I was not naughty. I was just being a young man. So I just want to share today, and I'm not alone. I'm with my colleague, Mr. Valentine. He's our compliance manager at OneLogix, and he's here also. He will be sharing some few things later on. And once again, I just want to thank you, Katie, for the invite. Let me just share. We are OneLogix, and we, okay. Now I see myself on the screen. So I just want to share where we started as OneLogix videos with RTMS, our journey. I will be sharing also about the driver wellness program, the safety performance, and also the achievement. And as Sis Anna said earlier on, there's so much benefits that we get by being certified as RTMS. We come a long way. It was not an easy journey. It was always difficult. And sometimes when they speak about somebody coming to you to audit you, you will try to hide certain things and just try to be Mr. Nice Guy and everything. But you know very well the challenges and the struggles that you have, the money getting lost in the business. And it was a bit of a challenge. But today I just want to share, I'm still emotional, I'm still cooking about our story. Sorry about that. So, okay. So just a background on One Logics VDS, who we are. One Logics VDS is a major stakeholders within the One Logics group of companies. VDS is the major operator in the auto logistics arena, both within the borders of South Africa throughout the Southern Africa. Within the local market, fully fledged depot in Kempton Park, East London, and other areas. We currently have a fleet of 260 car carriers, comprising of standard and PBS fleet, various car carrier configuration from the 6-car to the 12-car carrier. So all the vehicles that you drive somewhere, somehow, directly, we may have transported that vehicle, even your Porsche, your Mac. And I know right now Suzuki is taking the place. So we may have transported your vehicle, which means I may have driven that vehicle before you drove it. So I just spoke a little bit where we came. We started in 2010 when we were approached. We started to put our things in order, our house in order. And by that time, one thing that I just want to tell everybody, it was bad. Our business, yes, we were making money, but we were losing a lot of money in the business, and one could not pinpoint where exactly. So when RTMS came on board, we started with a pre-assessment, and with RTMS and others who came and hold our hands and said, we will teach you, we will show you, we will guide you. We also with the management that allowed us to, guide us and allow us to do and implement the things that we wanted to implement. We ended up getting certified in 2012. So it was our first certification until to date. Even as Anna said last month, we were also audited and we passed with flying colors. We still have some other issues that were identified, but to be honest with you, where we are right now is something that we celebrate and we hold it up as like, it's an achievement for the business. Challenges experienced pre-RTMS certification, it was obviously the permits. The application process was quite difficult. It was not easy because there were certain expectations that were expected, certain standard that was expected. The driver behavior, Paul spoke about the law enforcement. I'm not going to talk about what happens in South Africa, but some of the countries that I drove in while I was still a driver, I came across a TikTok video, I think 2 weeks ago, when a guy was stopped, not in South Africa, by the way. He was stopped and he was asked, he was speeding and he never had his safety belt. And he was asked a question by the officer in that country. I don't want to say South Africa, in that country. So then the officer came to him and asked him, can I have your license? Then the gentleman responded and said, which license do you want? I've got this license that I received when I went for my driving test. And then I've got this license that allows me not to wear my safety belt, showing him a 100 Rand note. And then he said, this 200 Rand is the license that I have for speeding that allows me to speed. Which one do you want? He said, no, give me these 2 licenses, which was a 100 note and 200 note. So the unfortunate thing, that's what happens even in our country. Most of people, Anna showed a picture here of an overload. You'll ask yourself a question that a truck will leave Johannesburg to KZN loaded like that, but still reach its destinations. Then you ask yourself, how did it happen? But because unfortunately we have systems in place that are not working for us. But as a business owner or as a transporter, you will know the cost that whatever load that you have, what it will cost you at the end of the day is people's life, your business will be closed. Not long ago, we were talking about a tanker that went in under a bridge in Boksburg somewhere, where people lost their lives, where a business was closed. Imagine it is your company being closed. How many people will lose their jobs? There's a high rate of unemployment in South Africa currently. So that negligence that we do, and what I love about today is that we've got quite a lot of transporters here today. So I'm talking to transporters, owners of those businesses. So one day your business will be closed due to the negligence of your staff members because you don't have systems in place to manage and control your business. If you don't have those things in place, they will cost you a lot, including your family will sit with no bread on the table. Some of the innovations that we have, we've got your pre-trip inspection. This is some of the things that we've implemented not long ago. And in the beginning of this year, I can fully say it is fully operational where, a driver does his pre-trip inspection. We also got areas where they are critical, where they will block a driver. If a driver clicks in that particular item and say, this is not compliant, it will block the driver from proceeding with his trip until the workshop attend to. So this is the system driven, as I'm talking about, some of the innovations that needs to be there as a transporter, attending such workshop where we learn from one another, where we share ideas. Because even in the past, how I learned in transport, I started to attend seminars like this, forums like this, Transport Harry, I've been attending his sessions for some years, and I learned every time when I attend. So by coming here, we come to learn from one another and share knowledge. That's the only way to improve in our businesses. So some of the implementation, because the drivers will complete their pre-trip inspections and they get lost in the system. We don't know when the auditors come through. You are looking for a trip that was done in January. Can you show me where the driver did his pre-trip inspection? We cannot show them. And now with this, fortunately, a driver can complete a pre-trip inspection while he's on his way to Lusaka. And then I will be able to receive it immediately in the morning to say, okay, this driver, before he departed from a truck stop, he did a pre-trip inspection. This is what he identified. If there's a fault, then we are able to log a breakdown, somebody who will attend to this breakdown, this defect on his truck. As a transporter, we've got some challenges, obviously, and in the car carrier, before a vehicle leaves, you need to check if the vehicle's height, overhang, rear projection or front projection, some of the things that we need to check before even a truck. Because if you look at that picture at the bottom there, you can see, imagine it is your Porsche that has hit the bridge there. And some of you, when you've ordered a vehicle, you waited a client, you want to surprise your wife, and you say, you know what, baby, I've bought you this Porsche. Then come one logics video says, unfortunately, I could not deliver your vehicle. Something happens. What will happen to you? I mean, you told the whole family to wait for you. Imagine now your vehicle's not. So we need to make sure that even when we transport these particular vehicles, when they arrive at the client, they are safe, they are protected. This is not the only thing that it will do. It will also look at the traffic jam that is there. Some of us, we struggled. I stay in Soweto to drive all the way coming this side. I have to pass Gilulis. I have to be on the R21. The traffic jam that is there is because of some of the transporters that do not look after their trucks. And then at the end of the day, you find traffic blocked by such behavior, driver negligence. I mean, if you know that your driver is going to drive this route, before he leaves your yard, you need to make sure that the height is compliant with the route that he's going to take. So those are some of the things that were a challenge before, but we managed to find solution to them. PBS, I love this, Paul, because, in the past, and most of us, we drove our own vehicles when we were coming through. When you are standing next to a truck, sometimes even a bus, you are turning the same direction, or the truck is turning on the other side. He has indicated to you that I'm going to need 2 lanes to turn. You come with your small vehicle. Sorry to those that are driving a Suzuki, but Suzuki is a very nice car. I've got one in the house. You come with your Suzuki and you stand next to the truck, and then I'm going to turn to the left. It's a blind spot of the driver. And guess what will happen there? The tail swing will definitely hit your truck and you'll blow your hood up. By that time, the driver is listening to the engine of the truck going through. He does not even hear your scream, even your hood there. So at the end of the day, you have a damaged vehicle. we had quite a lot of these incidents and we could not find solutions. And PBS has helped us to reduce those incidents that we used to have quite a lot of them. And also as the CO2 reduction, less trucks on the road, we can load even now. You saw earlier on, I said we've got now the 12-car carrier. We've got the 11-car carrier. I used to load only 6-car carrier, 7 cars on a truck. Right now I can load 12 cars. So I can even be able to transport more vehicles due to some of the benefits that I get from PBS. Driver wellness, very, very important, very important. And then I'm going to give to my colleague, Mr. Valentine, just to speak to this because it's his portfolio, just to share a little bit on driver wellness. Mr. V.
Good morning, everybody. Just to highlight on this wonderful program that we started last year, November. We started this wonderful program of our annual driver wellness. This was tailor-made for our drivers because we believe that a healthy mind, healthy physical body, and a safer driver will contribute positively towards our RTMS compliance. So this is something that we have now taken on annually. The next one is coming next month, actually. So in this program, what we actually do, we set up 3 stations for our drivers. We pull them off the road for that day, and we sit them down, we discuss these programs. So we've got the first station where we discuss about the road safety driving. In that program, we tackle the incidents, the causes of those minor incidents that we've had, the fatigue, the factors of fatigue. We look at driving hours. We look at the following distance. We look at defensive driving. So we unpack all of these topics with them and show them where they are doing wrong, where they are doing right. So we have a whole station where we discuss this. The next station that they move from here, they go to our health station. There we've got professional nurses where we've got our nurses, they check blood pressure, they check diabetes, all the chronic illnesses, they get checked there. They got a voluntary HIV and AIDS test as well. So in that platform, they really appreciate that a lot. And then from there, they move to the psychological side station, whereby here we have noted that drivers go through a lot. They spend a lot of time away from their families. They've got limited access to the public while they're at work. Therefore, it was important for us to sit them down and have a discussion about what they go through, stresses of life, depression, what are they going through in their personal spaces. Those that are open to share, they share, we advise. Workplace relationship, what is their relationship with their immediate managers or other colleagues? Is there any issues? And so this was a program that we started with last year. We're continuing now. This has now become our annual program every year. So here I'm just gonna play you a video. So this is just an example. So this is what happens. They start testing, they move and they move and they move and they move. So it was actually, this is apart from the annual medicals that we do for our drivers. So this is an add-on on the program that we do. Thank you. So I'm just gonna run quickly and skip some few, what you call, driver training. I take it so seriously because I know the benefit that it did to my life and also to the business. So we have started even the online, we are moving with the times. Times are moving.
And we've got the online, we've got the leadership program also where we take young men to come and join us and train them. The same what Mr. Kuke Mur did to me about 18 years ago. We are also still bringing them in. This is the group that we took not long ago. We recruited close to about more than 20 young men who joined the program to be truck drivers. They come with no experience and we train them. And this is what we do throughout. So this is when I say I take training very seriously. This is some of the clips that I just want to play so that we can, there's one clip that I want us to discuss. So here it was at night, the driver is driving, he's fine, he's got his safety belt, but there's another truck that is coming from the opposite direction, overtaking in a very solid line and ended up on the face of our driver. Fortunately, our driver was alert. That's what, imagine if this driver was fatigued. He would have never responded. So that is why you see there's so many accidents that are happening on the N3, and most of that cause is the fatigue drivers not resting. This is definitely in KZN. I believe the chairman is from KZN. It's what happens in your province. That is an ambulance passing without a siren, without any lights, but just beating the traffic light. So those things happen, but as a driver, you need to be alert. That's what we train our drivers. The last clip I just want to play. This is my driver. Can we play this? Just look at that bike here. So I don't want to hide some of these things. I just want to show you what truck drivers do go through on a day-to-day life while they are driving on the road. You can see this guy never stopped at the stop sign. The driver saw the driver from a distance that this guy is not going to stop. But I just want to ask a question. If you've got hands here, what do you see went wrong here? Anybody who can, I can play it again. Any hand? Yes, sir, at the back. The driver was half asleep. Okay, there's one point there. Mr. Oliver? I love that anticipation of you can see what is happening. That is why, Mr. Kukemuri, you always say, search, identify, predict, check, and decide and execute. You know, you need to search, scan what is happening. You need to identify what is the issue, what can happen, predict what can go wrong. Then you'll be able to apply you will decide to say, now I need to reduce the speed for in case. How many of you see a green light, you just drive through and say, I've got right of way. Let me tell you, you'll be the one who will be involved in an accident. Master Drive is here. Mr. Master Drive, from your side, what do you think about this clip? There was a spider missing. Okay, but the other thing that people did not even notice, this is the area, you can see there are houses next to it. There are also, so meaning there's no way that it can be for trucks, it can be an 80 zone. And the driver that speed that is driving, it was about 77, close to 80 km per hour. So already the driver is at fault with the speed that he was driving, hence he could not even respond on time. My dear said also it looks like he was half asleep because sometimes drivers, it looks like they are looking, but they are not seeing. So those are some of the things that we go through. So we need to take that very seriously. I'm just gonna go quickly on this so that I can, some of the achievement that with the journey with the RTMS that we have achieved. Look at this now. Paul also spoke earlier. Look at 2016, 126 accidents that we had. This is what the time when just before the Albacores took over, that was before, like nothing was in place here. We were losing a lot of money. But after obviously it was a journey and it is still a journey. Look where we are sitting. I'm talking about this year now, 2024. 2 incidents. We are in August right now as we speak. I'm talking about these major accidents. Now, as a business operator coming from 126 and sitting at 2, actually, right now it's even manageable. Even last year's results, I was very impressed to see this. It's because of when we take our business serious. Not only in crashes, this is the rate of the accident. Look at now where we are. Look at that bar, how it's moving. That graph, I love this graph. I love seeing things like this. Then you can be able to see that you are progressing or you are not progressing. Because at the end of the day, you should be able to measure what you are doing. You cannot put systems, money, invest, but you don't reap the result. These are the results of top management who decided to invest and put their trucks in a safe working order so that they can see these results. This is who we are. We are expanding because we are saving money. You won't expand if you are still losing money. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Team VDS. That was excellent. So it was a 2-team effort. Valentine and Albacore, thank you very much. So coming up now, we've got Carmen J. Smith from LCS. Thank you. The floor is yours. I think this is your first presentation at the RTMS. Well done, and we look forward to your presentation. Thank you so much.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Carmen J. Smith, LCS Logistics. To the RTMS board, thank you for this opportunity. LCS is a key player in the logistics sector and was among the first to adopt and implement RTMS. In 2012, LCS made a commitment actually, to manage risk, to promote compliance, enhance productivity, as well as safety and sustainability. We embraced the RTMS framework. We did embrace the RTMS framework, and we became the first long-distance bulk transporter to achieve the RTMS accreditation in the mining and mineral sector. But this required a significant change, a significant shift in our mindsets, in our behavior, in our attitudes when we work towards this accreditation. So our journey with RTMS has underscored the importance of safety for us. So with each annual audit, we strive to continuous improvement, develop robust systems, policies, and procedures that demonstrate compliance to SANS 1395. It is imperative, ladies and gentlemen, it is imperative that RTMS is implemented in a sustainable manner to meet its objectives. Dr. Paul earlier did touch on the objectives, but for those who came late, I'm just going to repeat those objectives, and that is to improve road safety, improving road safety, reducing road accidents, optimizing payload efficiency, maintaining roadworthy vehicles, and enhancing driver wellness and competence. So LCS developed a fantastic data system called LCS Gateway. from previously providing paper samples when we were audited, when an audit was conducted, and now we changed into a whole digitizing the entire RTMS requirements. So LCS Gateway is an integrated enterprise solution, enterprise level solution that provides comprehensive data insights. We have effectively automated RTMS and transformed its administration. Effective data management allows us to make informed decisions, optimize operations, and drive business success. So these data-driven insights enhance efficiency in safety protocols, tracking, analytics, and monitoring. So we can monitor and evaluate driver behavior, fatigue, vehicle speed control, driver hours at the glance on LCS Gateway. This allows us to identify direct training needs. And like my colleague has earlier announced, or both of the speakers that was up here, how important training is. So LCS invest in empowering and educating our drivers. So we call it empowerment, driver empowerment. By enhancing productivity, we improve efficiency, safety, and overall health of the economy and society, decreasing crash rates and improving the defense driving skills. So road safety for us it's imperative, it's important. There has been a major decline for our in our incidents and accidents in the recent years, because we've invested in training, like I said earlier. What works for us, what works wonders literally for us is incident recalls, because you have the drivers with you and you can have a discussion on crashes. Like we had a discussion on the N2 horror crash that I think it was 22 or 21 kids that died in that incident. And the discussion was the incredible feedback you get from the drivers, in the sense that, what would you have done if you were in this position? And you hear from the driver's perspective, no, this happened. He wasn't supposed to do this. He wasn't supposed to do, he was supposed to do this. And this is, they're reflecting on the recall of the incident. So what does that do to the driver actually? It changes his mind when he's on the road. So we encourage these discussions and use lots of other programs where people's or drivers' behaviors are changed, their attitudes are changed. And purely when the attitudes are changed, and then you'll see the difference in the change in your accident stats. It's not a lot, because their minds and their behavior has changed. So in our case, there's been a major decline in our incidents and accidents, purely because we invest in refresher training and incident recalls in different other training programs that we have. We involved our directors to come speak to our drivers, and the different managers to come speak to our drivers, just to show them the importance of their work on the road. Driver wellness. A healthy driver is a safe driver, and a safe driver is a successful driver. We invest, we join up with different partners, JC auditors, on Driver Wellness Day, and we encourage drivers, as you can see on this picture, drivers are going for their medicals. It's free medicals on the road. The gifts is being given out. Talks are being given to the drivers about their fatigue. So there's different ways of encouraging drivers just to take care of their health and their well-being. Yes, I did speak about the incidents and the accidents. We went a step further to get also other accreditation, obviously, because we are keeping our staff accountable. And we obviously, with the mines, there's a lot of requirements. So we, having the RTMS accreditation, we have gone further with our ISO 9000 and one accreditation, 14,001 accreditation, 45,001 accreditation. So that also helps in our employees, that is actually assisting also the drivers in terms of health and safety, environmental, and quality as well. So in 2015, LCS introduced the first PBS combination. And I'm very lucky today because I'm sitting with my two directors that will, if Kathy gives us an opportunity, if there's a question and answer session for the team here, they will definitely assist and just dive into the challenges that we have with PBS on our side and as a whole as well. For me, the road transport management system has the potential to drive economic growth by enhancing sustainability, productivity, and safety. It does so by identifying and addressing the daily challenges we face on our road, including infrastructure limitation, poorly maintained roads, insufficient capacity, high accident rates, and various safety concerns. Now, accountability. Accountability is a crucial component of managing road transportation. And this is what we empower our drivers with. You need to be accountable, you need to be responsible, and that changes drivers' behavior. This ensures that individuals and organizations are held responsible for their actions, fostering a culture of responsibility, transparency, and continuous improvement in road transport management in South Africa. I'm going to play a video. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Armin, did you not want the presentation on PBS? We're not going to let the team talk a bit about that? Not now. Okay, so yes, there is a bit of time in terms of the program, so please go ahead. Thanks, George.
Hi to everyone. Thank you for this opportunity. Just on behalf of our company, LCS, I am the Managing Director of LCS, and like CJ presented, you know, our business is basically, we take on smaller SMEs and we develop them. So when CJ is referring to, we started with the PBS in 2015, 2012, we were accredited to onboard subcontractors under RTMS. So through our experience for the last 18 years, this is what we've been doing. So we run a fleet of over 1,000 vehicles, but it's not all our vehicles. We got our base company with our own vehicles where we develop our own drivers. And everybody know the industry and the challenges in our country. It's quite difficult to try for a smaller SME. And I think Anna will also support that. I've seen her as well. She came to see us to try to expand her business as well. But with the challenges in our country, the smaller companies cannot survive. They cannot, that's why all the rules are being broken. They're not on bargaining council. They can't follow the rules purely because we haven't transferred skills. Guys think it's easy. You buy a truck, you think you can make money, but it doesn't work that way. And with the likes of RTMS, and we've been with RTMS for a long time, we try to invest as much as we can. Like CJ said, with the systems, we spent over 7 million over the last 2 years trying to develop systems that can cater for it, because we're dealing with different cultures, we're dealing with different types of people in the industry, and our country is not getting any better. The potholes are getting worse. I mean, Michelin, maybe I think it's good business for them, because I mean, on a Michelin tire, they say you can get, I don't know, 100,000 Ks, but you're getting 30,000 Ks now. So it's good business for them. And like COVID made good business for the funeral parlors, our country is creating this type of what's name. And if we look at the industry as it is right now, we're struggling at our ports. We can't get our vehicles offloaded. So with the drop in rail, they can't supply. It's increasing the road transport. That's why we also can't maintain our roads. There's too many trucks on the road. So when rail goes down, when they steal the cables or they steal the lines, you have your 40, 50 wagons standing with product. Now you have to quickly get road vehicles now to take this product to port. But when we get to port, we can stand on the N2. We can stand for 4 or 5 days sometimes waiting for vehicles to offload. So that's why for the drivers, it's always challenging. Can you imagine a driver sitting at Richards Bay Port for 5 days? There's no toilet for him to go to. He can't refresh himself. They need food. So they're under a lot of pressure at the moment with what's happening in our country. So we try in our level best to try and bring in smaller, because there's no big transport company that can sustain. And obviously there's a likes of a Reynard that has been long in business, that also have 1,000 fleet of own vehicles. But it's coming a time now where they have to downsize, because you cannot control this. And even from a labor point of view, imagine you having 1,000 fleet of trucks and there's a national strike now, or your 1,000 fleet stand, what it does to your customer. Because remember, supply chain work from one point to the other point. So everybody's planning in order to meet that requirement for production. So all these challenges are now, they creeping up on us. So that's why we look at from a PBS point of view. PBS is the route to go, because we can reduce the number of vehicles on our roads, we can increase the payload, and it also increases the revenue in the business. It helps bring down the cost as well. But there's been a lot of challenges in terms of PBS, in terms of getting permits. I think KZN is the only province that there's reliability, or there's response, there's feedback given, there's assistance. But the rest of the regions, it's difficult. You can't get hold of them. They never get back to you. So you just struggle to get that off the road. So I think Dr. Paul is aware of all the challenges, and we've listed some of the challenges. Our Chief Development Officer is here also today. I brought him word today so that he can meet some people here and try and do something different for us in order to get it, because with the PBS, we'll be able to reduce the number of vehicles on our roads. So the video that CJ has shown you all as well, this is who we are. We've decided that it's better to take in the smaller smaller guys and develop them, but to transfer skills, because that's what our country need. We need to transfer all the skills that we have developed, what we have learned from an RTMS point of view, how to drive safe, how to treat your drivers, so that we can have a better society. I mean, because we are all road users. We all travel on the same roads, and we all exposed to the same risk as well. So yes, we hope Dr. Paul, them going to help us to get the PBS off the road, to get the right approvals, to get the permits. And if we look at COVID, when COVID came in, it had its disadvantages and it had its advantages. Disadvantages, there's a lot of lives lost. It changed the way we operate. It changed the way we think. It brought in technology. It speeded up a few things that you could have done differently. COVID. So that is, it's good and the end is bad. And like the accident that CJ talked about the 21 children that were killed in that accident, it's purely because of lack of training. So what happened when the coal market boomed? Everybody jumped on that bandwagon. They said they're gonna. There's a lot of money to be made on the coal boom. But then again, you brought local drivers, local transporters that had no exposure on the national roads. That's why they could not. If you look at our incident rates since the coal movement, it increased. It was purely because of inexperienced drivers that didn't understand how to drive on the national roads. So, and you know, if you're going through Pongola, it's all residential areas also. So you've got to be cautious. And they had no exposure to that, and that's what increased our accident rate. So from a company point of view, and we begin the mining charter. We move in the mining industry. We move in the region of anything between 250 to 300,000 tons a month, just via road. But what has come out of this RTMS is not only for the transport companies to adopt and adapt. It's now been written into the contracts. The likes of a Glencore, the likes of Samenco has adopted RTMS. So now it's a requirement. So if you want to work for the mining, within the mining industry, you're going to have to be RTMS compliant to be able to do that. And the reason we built everything electronically, because now we don't have to only get audited to have a certification to say that we are doing the right things. The mines are checking it now. So we got to supply information to the mines weekly on our stats, weekly on our the speeding, driver behavior. What are we doing to look after our drivers, to educate them, to skill them? So RTM has changed the scope. Like it's Dr. Paul said, it's not compulsory. It's voluntary, but I would like to encourage every other transporter and everybody who's listening on this platform, by using RTMS, it will help you reduce your costs. As the gentleman said, you see, risk is something nobody measures. We never understand the loss in risk until we start measuring it. Yeah, so I want to commend the team for RTMS. We fully RTMS supportive, and we'll continue to drive it, but also we'll continue to drive in the industry to develop more SMEs that will follow this route. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much, George, and the LCS team. It's quite exciting. And then interestingly, Mr. Kukumuri is part of the same group. They're a big group company. So Abakwe, yeah, you gave some highlights, but yes, so yeah, we love what the group is doing from a compliance point of view, and then also around SME development. I think it's really quite amazing. So we're going to break for tea now, and then you'll be back in the room at 20 to 12, if you don't mind, and we will also do some lucky draws, and we might have some surprise gifts for the lady presenters. Perhaps, but you have to hang around for just after lunch, and we will not run over the time because we have one of our presenters that also could make it. So please feel comfortable, make yourself a cup of tea. There's some lovely eats and treats. We've got some halal and vegetarian foods as well. And thank you very much. I think it's been interesting. And then we'll be back at 22, and then there'll be some more. Thank you.
Ladies and gents, please start taking up your seats. Thank you. We need to start. Please take up your seats. Everybody back to the seats, please. Thank you. Right, please take up your seats, ladies and gents. Tokozana can come to the podium so long. Right, Tokozana, you can come to the podium so long.
You're going to present.
So I just use this to go to like.
Thank you, everybody. Please, I hope you've all enjoyed your tea and your break, coffee and your tea. We want to start the program. Please be settled. Thank you very much. Next up, we've got New Era Commerce. It's going to be a joint presentation with Masachaba and Mandla. We look forward to that. The floor is yours. Thanks, everyone.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Mike, and here with me is Masi Chava, my colleague. So I'll just start off by apologizing for our director's absence today, Tozani Mangana. Unfortunately, he's unable to join us, but he has highlighted that he's tuned in and to ensure that he's updated on all key discussions and action items. Given that it's still Women's Month, I'll let Masi Chava do his magic. As New Era Commerce, we usually let the data and visuals tell our story.
Thank you so much, Mandla. Good morning or good day. No, it's still morning. Morning, everyone. Thank you so much to the Standard Bank and the RTMS team for, as well as all the other sponsors for the opportunity. And a big shout out to Miss Kathy Bell. She's the girl that she thinks she is. We are the reason why, she is the reason why we are here actually today. So today as New Era Commerce, we have been tasked to just come and do a case study of what the RTMS standards have assisted us in, or with rather, in our business. And we'll start off by just a video that will give you an overview of what or who New Era Commerce is and what we are all about.
Welcome to New Era Commerce, a leading professional entity renowned for delivering innovative solutions within the South African industrial operational landscape. Since our inception in 2009, we have cultivated a culture of unity and collaboration, engaging diverse stakeholders in our shared mission, moving the nation one tip at a time.
My name is Tom Zara. I'm the Managing Director of New Era Commerce.
New Era Commerce is a logistics company that is focusing on rendering transportation and materials handling services, mainly to mining houses, but we also do pharmaceuticals, we also do agriculture, and we just do FMCG as well.
New Era Commerce is proud to own and operate the most sophisticated industry equipment, vehicles, and technology. Our commitment to minimizing SHEQ risks and costs has earned us over a decade of distinguished service to blue-chip clients. Our dedication to excellence is embodied in our state-of-the-art SHEQ Certified Operations Control Room and our support and service workshop, staffed by certified and skilled professionals.
My name is Martin Banzovu. I work for New Era Commerce. I'm the operations manager. I started my journey with New Era Commerce in 2017. We embarked on another journey of implementing the hotels, which they are in the Western Cape, in Frederick. New Era Commerce, we have a culture that we live in. We are all united. And since we have various operations from your materials handling, industrial cleaning, transportation, handling of the cargo as well. So we live by one culture, which is very united. So New Era Commerce, whether you're a general cleaner, whether you're a driver, operator, we all look at each other the same way.
We provide bespoke solutions perfectly suited to the mining, construction, and energy industries, offering comprehensive turnkey solutions that ensure seamless operational continuity. Our expertise in bulk materials handling encompasses a broad range of services, including stockpile management with front-end loaders, TLBs, and ADTs, construction and upkeep of discard dumps and ash storage facilities, and meticulous management of co-disposal facilities. We streamline the transportation of materials within mining and energy plants, maintaining stockpiles, and coordinating the transfer of ore from extraction points to ports and final destinations, including loading onto rail trains and road trucks. Our tailored solutions extend to specialized industrial cleaning, encompassing manual and mechanical spillage cleanup using an array of machinery such as skid steering loaders, front-end loaders, TLBs, tippers, road sweepers, vacuum trucks, and more. New Era Commerce excels in the cleaning of dry spillages and wet waste, offering comprehensive surface cleaning, spillage disposal, sweeping, and maintenance of operational areas. We manage material flow through conveyor systems, addressing blockages and efficiently handling spillages of various materials, including coal, zircon, rutile, and heavy mineral concentrates across diverse industry plants. Our industrial high-pressure cleaning and waste disposal services are equipped to handle hazardous waste, including raw sewage, sludge, and sand. We provide extensive cleaning and vacuuming services on-site and off-site, utilizing super suckers and high-pressure jetting equipment. Recognizing the critical importance of environmental stewardship, we offer road maintenance and dust suppression, maintaining haul roads with graders, rollers, and water tankers. Our comprehensive dust management solutions cover road construction, dust suppression, monitoring, reporting, and misting. Additionally, our dredging services and solutions specialize in effective silt removal, addressing the challenges faced by dams and line dams that impact their capacity and efficiency. Our advanced silt removal techniques not only enhance storage capacities, but also prioritize environmental conservation, safeguarding aquatic ecosystems.
To the reduction in terms of your CO2 emission, is carbon dioxide emissions. So we know that everywhere we go these days, we're talking about caring for the environment so that we can hand it over to the upcoming generations in its safest form. So those vehicles, they're assisting in terms of that. That's for me the biggest highlight. And then secondly, they assist because you require a few of them instead of requiring more. So we are addressing the issue of congestion on our roads, and subsequently we can have fatality with a lot of trucks that are on the road. But with these ones, we're running a few of them, moving a higher payload and a go, and then that gives us, a safer roads and other road users to use the same roads.
Safety. At New Era Commerce, we are committed to achieving daily efficiencies and competencies while prioritizing safety. Our continuous improvement approach aims for zero harm to our team, clients, and the environment. Our safety certifications are in line with international standards and protocols, thanks to our affiliations and associations with member organizations. We proudly hold various classes of ISO certifications from the British Standards Institution, including ISO 9001:2015, ISO 14001:2015, and ISO 45001:2018. In terms of operational safety enhancements, our service vehicles at New Era Commerce are RTMS certificated. Additionally, we are proud members of the Institute for Working at Heights, ensuring compliance with procedures for working at heights within the community. Our commitment extends to sustainability and quality assessment. We align with the Safety and Quality Assessment for Sustainability, SQAS, and the Institute of Waste Management South Africa, IWMSA. These affiliations reinforce our operational accountability and responsibility toward the well-being of communities and the environment. We take immense pride in the growth and development of our team members, which directly contributes to our organization's expansion. From an initial team of 5, we have now grown to 148 employees. Furthermore, our organization boasts an impressive array of state-of-the-art equipment, all owned and operated by the diverse New Era Commerce team across various service sites in South Africa. At New Era Commerce, we redefine revolutions as we work diligently to achieve the targets set by our partners.
Thank you. That was a mouthful, but I'm sure you have an overview of who we are and what we actually stand for. So today we have been once again given the business of the day is to talk about what the RTMS standards have helped us to, or how they've helped us to improve our operations. And we'll start off with roadworthiness. I think in the African language, if you all know, when you start off a business without any procedures and processes that govern you, then guba you wishy-wishy. That is, it's a direct translation of it's a mess. So we started off very messy. There was a bit of, but with putting RTMS standards on board, we were able to come up with systems that make everything and the process easier. So RTMS has assisted us in making sure that our roadworthiness, we focus on it, making sure that our trucks are back on time or on track as they're supposed to be, well checked, making sure that the standard of every truck is as it's supposed to be on the road. So we've onboarded ourselves on the new NATIS system that helps us actually to be able to renew our licenses on time. So we do not delay on that. We make sure that we do it, everything online, with just a click of a button, and we can get our license discs mailed to us via courier. So the system has made everything easier, making sure that it also sets reminders as well for trucks that are, or vehicles rather, that are meant to be licensed. So we've onboarded ourselves on that, making sure that we do not miss out on any license discs renewals. And secondly, we have now strengthened our operations to focus on our driver health, wellness, as well as training. In the beginning, we really did struggle, but now we have processes in place that help us to make sure that our drivers are well taken care of and they are also kept in check. In terms of medicals, making sure that they are renewed and making sure that they are eating healthy as well. So we have a canteen in our workshop that also makes sure that they are fed nice health option food. Well, before and after the shift, they can just indulge with healthy food, because I think that's very important, as well as a station where they're able to debrief and do pre-trip checklist. I think beginning of our operation, this was just a ticking exercise, but now we take it quite seriously because we understand that on those pre-trip slips, there are things that are recorded by the drivers that we actually do need to pay attention to rather. So yeah, that's just an overview. So now we have training reports as well on our drivers. We make sure that they are trained, and if they're due for renewal, we do that as well. That is all through the aid of RTMS. Thirdly, we struggled as well with services. I think Miss Anna did mention that at the beginning, she did struggle with making sure that all trucks actually go for servicing. We also struggled, but I mean, the RTMS principles, they actually, I mean, they put us in a corner because we wanted to be certified, but you don't know where to start. But they made it very simple for us and simplified everything. So now we do have a record keeping system in place where we know when our trucks are actually due for service. And we make sure to prioritize that. We get notifications. This is just an example of a notification that we get from our OEM, which is Volvo. In this instance, that reminds us, I think it's 2,000 kilometers before it is due for a service. Then you already know you are able to plan all your services. It also increases, it helps you that you don't have downtime, because most of the time when you have all these trucks going on service, then no truck is working because nothing was properly scheduled, So now we're able to schedule our trucks properly without any failures. I think from my side, that will be it for now. Yeah, I'll hand over to Mandla.
No, I'll continue here. So this is just a breakdown of our speeding and incidents analysis. As you can see, this was from 2022 up until 2023. So these are the factors that are measured here: distance, speeding, and fatigue. Sorry? Oh, okay. This is the period of 2024, January till May this year. It's also distance, speeding, and fatigue. So we realized that fatigue was actually becoming a problem. I think it was mentioned earlier that an investment in systems is quite crucial. So what we did is, let me move on. I'll come back to that point. This is our over and underloading analysis. So on the far left-hand side, those are normal 34 tons. As you can see, we used to have a lot of overloads there. Then with the implementation of PBS and road trains, you can see we average around 45, our payload. This was 2023 to the whole of 2023, actually. Yeah, we averaged around 45.2 the payload on our PBS vehicles. Then on our road trains, it was 80.1. It's not showing at the bottom there. Come over. Now, this is a period of this year. We show an improvement now. There are actually no trips that are overloaded, and we're still averaging the normal payload, as you can see. Then, yeah, back to my point, as I said, that systems are quite an investment. So we actually make use of drive risk, car track, RMS, low tech, and the values we get are the following: the improved rent ton kilometer, improved route planning scheduling, visible benchmarks. So what we did with fatigue is we use drive risk. It's got a mobile eye that measures fatigue. I'll play a clip of what it does shortly.
Thank you for reminding me.
Check your seatbelt. So it does this.
Thank you for reminding me.
So this device is actually fitted with AI technology. So let's say if a driver blinks too much, it will pick up and send us alerts that this driver might be fatigued. Then with our own control room, we'll check. But with also the assistance of drive risk and RMS control room, they do call us as well. Okay, I'll move on. Right. Oh, okay, I think way too much chat.
All right. Thank you, Mandla. Just a summary of what we've been able to actually achieve with making sure that we operate under these standards. It has helped us to increase our operational productivity, and it has also helped us to expand our business. Now we are on PBS. Now we have road train vehicles as well. It is because we have RTMS and we follow all of those standards. And then it has helped us to improve driver behavior assessment, as well as training, It has enabled us to streamline our operations. So now our decisions are based on data that is actually there, other than just how we feel about the operation, and then it has improved the communication and collaboration amongst the team entirely. It has improved our vehicle maintenance record keeping, and it has helped us to reduce accidents and incidences on the road as well. Lastly, New Era Commerce is very big on innovation and skills development as well. So we just wanted to share with you one of our female drivers that we have onboarded on our Western Cape side. We are really looking for female drivers. So if there's anyone with the code 14, come and we'll sort you out.
We've actually played this clip before, but since it's Women's Month, we'll play it again.
Yes.
Okay. My family, in the beginning, my mom, this is not the path that I wanted to work on. I have something else in mind, but they invited me to come and join the learnership in the beginning, and I was so scared because, okay, I did drive a vehicle, but it was a small vehicle, it wasn't a truck. Yeah. And I never thought in a million years I would drive a truck. Or I would be interested in driving a truck. And the first time my mom saw me drive a truck, she almost cried. And she did cry, and because it was something else to watch your daughter drive a truck. And we are not used to women driving a truck, so it was something huge for her.
All right, yeah, that was just one of our female drivers. Sorry. Women's Month, you excuse me. All right, so this is just one of the road trams that we have operating in the Western Cape. Yeah, wouldn't have done it without RMS, RTMS, sorry.
Much brighter than tomorrow. If you retry, you'll find there's no need to cry. This place, there's no hurt or sorrow. There are ways to get there.
All right, thank you so much. Thank you.
Done. Am I on? Is. Thank you. That was awesome, Master Chaba and Manta. Thank you for that. That was great. So next we've got Mr. Oliver Nadi from JC Auditors. Thanks, Oliver. Floor's yours.
Thank you, Harry. Good afternoon, everyone. I think it's afternoon. Thanks to the M&Ms, Mishaba and Manjula for that lovely presentation. That took me back actually watching Eloisha van Wyk. I actually interviewed her, the lady driver, around 2012, 2013, when Unitrans ran that contract. It's the most amazing sight. She's probably a little shorter than I am, as petite as Common is, and to watch her manage this massive rig, it's really special. Anyway, how many operators are there in the room today that are not RTMS certified? Can I have a show of hands? Just one. Oh, a couple. Okay, great. So I'll try and tweak my presentation, given the fact that you've already I think, been exposed to a lot of the content. One more question. How many of you have come today just because you heard there was a free lunch? Okay. Thanks for being honest, Chris. Always like that about you. Okay, so I'm going to just give you a rundown of what the RTMS standard is about. But of course, you've got a probably better picture than what my theory is going to tell you from the case studies. And I've worked with LCS, Anna. And Anna, I'm so glad to see that RTMS is making you look good. Hey, so it's a benefit we didn't quite envisage initially. So good to see that. So RTMS, as you would have heard from, I think, Paul's initial intro, it's a national standard. In fact, it's the only South African national standard that makes requirements for commercial fleets. It is written by the SABS Technical Committee 241 and with participation from various industry bodies. It does apply to all parties in the supply chain, consignors, transporters, obviously, who have been the ones to adopt it mainly, and consignors, operators, and consignees as well. Now, those of you who are a consignor or a consignee would remember way back in 2013, the consignee regulation were promulgated, and those regs effectively said, if you are offering goods for transport, you share the responsibility for the vehicle being loaded safely and for ensuring the truck is safe before departing. Sadly, 10 years later, we've had no precedents. So as it stands, the consignors and consignees often do not fully implement the requirements of the standard, but I think we hope to lobby more consignors like the Glencores of the world to really offer contracts or preferential treatment to transport businesses that can demonstrate their ability to be safe, compliant, and sustainable. So the four core areas in the standard is around safety of the vehicles and safe operation, driver wellness, and of course, training. And I'll talk a little bit about these four main components. And the one big thing, and Paul mentioned it, and I think Abokwe did as well, it's about self-regulation. In other words, how do we behave? How do we run our businesses when nobody's watching? And that's quite a mindset change that we often need, especially when we're talking to SMMEs who often just want to make some money, you know. How do we get them to understand, hey, doing the right thing helps you to build sustainability into your business. At the same time, it also gives you commercial benefits as well. So it's quite an important area that we've got to cross that bridge in making people understand how does one embrace the concept of self-regulation. Now, if you're a big business or if you're any business, you must have systems. Maybe as a startup, your systems are probably not that mature and you're still finding your feet. But if you want to play with the bigger boys, you need to implement systems and implement structure in the business. So the Plan, Do, Check Act is a very common methodology that requires, in the context of RTMS, development of policies, procedures, and various instruments or tools that help you to structure exactly how you run the fleet, implementation or the doing part, and checking. We saw already from a few of the presenters, monitoring. You cannot improve what you don't measure. We've got a large number of telematics companies in the house today. And of course, the one thing that I feel always a bit sad about, most companies we audit have telematics, really good systems, but they don't use the data. You know, having data is great, but it's like, you know, it's like a gold mine. If you don't get in and dig and get the gold out, you just left with a clump of mineral aggregates, if I can say it that way. So guys, if you've got telematics, get the data, use the data to affect change and to make your business sustainable. And that's what acting is about, taking action as and when you find there are anomalies in the business. So there are 13 elements in the RTMS standard. And of course, each of those elements prescribe a certain requirement that one would need to demonstrate at an audit how you comply with the requirements. There are some fairly obvious requirements, such as fleet vehicles, having licenses and permits, and that's fairly straightforward. So RTMS certification is issued per site, and it depends on the number of vehicles on each site. We do work for like some big corporates like the Unitransits and DP Worlds, and with them, they have a multi-site approach. So if you have multi-sites, you could decide to have one system that manages all the sites. Other companies have decided to do it on a per site basis. So each site independently manages how they comply with the requirements. You could include, as LCS have done, subcontractors into your fleet, or we do work for Coca-Cola South Africa, and they also include all their owner drivers. And I can tell you what, Bradley, the fleet manager there, he has a mission, because those ODs have to take full responsibility for getting the data, vehicle services, trip data, etc., and submitting it to Coke. They compile the data, and then when we audit them, they show how they comply. So if you do have subbies or owner drivers, it just makes you as a certified entity just need to do a lot more work in terms of collating the data and having it available. Okay, loading control or payload management is a critical requirement, and I think we all know why. Overloading has a negative impact, not just on damaging the road networks. If the truck is overloaded, it does not behave as it should in terms of braking efficiency, fatigue on the engine, etc. So here the RTMS standard says you must have a defined loading method per commodity type. And the method you have must demonstrate how do you comply with the relevant mass limits. And that slide just shows you what the mass limits are for the 22-meter combination based on either single tires or dual tires and what the tolerance is. So when you're writing up your method statement, it's important that if you're loading coal or whatever minerals, or if you're loading motor vehicles like a Bokwe does, your system must show how you comply with the mass limits. And if you do use tolerances, indicate that as well. Audits typically need, yes, the system or the procedures. Equally important, or in my view, actually more important, is how do you practically show that you are complying? And in the bulk category, we look at often weighbridge tickets. So when we audit a company, it's based on a sample, right? So we say, you've got 10 trucks. Can we see for these 4 trucks in the last 3 months, all your payload data and the source documents? So we look at the payload data to see what is the overall overload frequency. And then from that, we choose a sample of actual tickets to verify that your source document confirms your loading is as it should be. And the whole idea is to minimize the frequency of overloading. We know in the real world, especially with the bulk commodities, it's almost impossible to achieve 100% perfect loading, but certainly there should be parameters where you are minimizing your overloads. So loading is applied to various different categories, car carriers, abnormal load. So if you're in abnormal load sector, there's a TRH11 document that helps guide you in terms of how to comply. If you're transporting dangerous goods, there's a SANS standard, SANS 10231, that says if you're moving fuel or chemicals, here's what you need. So when we conduct the audits, we look at what sector you're in and any other regulations or reference guidelines that may need to be considered. Okay, speed. We know that speed is globally been shown to be the leading cause or one of the leading causes of crashes and collisions. So here the standard says one needs to have a policy that promotes driving at a safe speed. Okay, anyone have an idea the difference between the speed limit and a safe speed? Steve, welcome. Good to see you. And Dirk, you must know this. Oh, okay. Okay, well, look, the speed limit is important. Drivers need to be trained, but the safe speed is driving at a speed regardless of what the speed limit is, but taking into account things like the traffic density, the weather conditions, the road conditions. So the speed limit might allow you as a driver to go up to 80, but as we saw in Abakwe's case that he showed, the driver wasn't fully aware of the risk of the bucky. So it's about having a continual mindset of being risk conscious and driving at a speed taking into account the environment. So for the audits, we look at A, is there a system that you have in place to monitor speed, typically with telematics? B, are you monitoring? C, for the anomalies or deviations, what actions have been taken? So remember, when a driver drives at, let's say, 100 kilometers per hour, and there's no consequence to him or her, they do it more and more frequently until he begins to think, or she begins to think, hey, I've done this like 100 times, nothing's happened. Therefore, by implication, it's safe. This is why monitoring using telematics is critical. We want to avoid the crashes and collisions, so we're going to monitor negative behavior or high-risk behavior and do something about it before it becomes a catastrophe. That's the typical or an example of a speed policy that could be used. Examples again of an extract, I think, from one of the audits showing how the auditor goes into the telematics and validates that speeding is in fact managed adequately. And speeding is a big focus. We know why, because of the high risk. Similarly, the standard also looks at having a system in place to monitor and to also investigate any incidents. Because you want to know if you're having little fender benders or access problems or punctures or whatever it may be, what is causing it? So having an objective system is critical. And when it comes to investigating driver behavioral incidents, it's crucial. You want to know, is it distracted driving? Is it fatigue, excessive speeding, and other? And we know fatigue, especially on the national routes, is becoming more and more a massive risk. So if you're not monitoring fatigue, you're exposing yourself to a huge risk. Traffic fines are another indicator of performance. And again, the RTMS standard says one ought to manage, monitor, and as you see, isolate what are the main types of violations, who are the main drivers incurring them, and how can we mitigate that risk. We know RTO has been apparently indefinitely postponed, but the DOT are still saying it's going ahead. But if and when it does go ahead, it effectively means if your driver incurs more than 15 demerit points and they do it once, they get suspended. They do it the second time, suspension. The third time, their license is cancelled. If your truck is found with Section 49 offences, the truck could also be grounded by having the disc removed. So if R2 comes on board, there's some severe implications for fleet operations. But if you are compliant, I've always said to people, if you're compliant currently, RTO should not be a concern, because why be concerned about practices that will not affect your business? I'll skip that one, but effectively RTO means we all will need to re-look at how we manage our fleets. Then the RTMS standard also requires for there to be a very structured vehicle maintenance program in place. And that's just an example of how you indicate what the service intervals are, how do you monitor compliance with it, and how do you keep the records so you can demonstrate that the vehicles are being serviced according to the relevant OEM intervals. So many people do it well for the trucks or truck tractors. The trailing equipment often gets forgotten or neglected. Trailers generally are time-based, so just bear in mind, trucks and trailers are both safety critical and need to be managed accordingly. Tires, the standard says there ought to be a system in place that manages tire pressure and tread depth, both of which are key. So if your tire inflation pressure is too low, you're more likely to have punctures, it affects your rolling resistance, you use more fuel, etc., etc. So that needs to be monitored, and there should be at least on a quarterly basis a survey done showing what is the average tread depth, what is the average inflation pressure, and that you are in fact putting energy into that. And as George mentioned, potholes allow some of us much nicer business opportunities. My wife damaged 2 of her tires on the same day and didn't tell me about it a couple of months ago. All she said was, "Oh, I can hear the funny noise in the car." And when I took the car for a drive, it was actually 2 badly buckled rims. To her was a funny noise. Anyway, there was a funny story, but because I'm an auditor, it's not supposed to be funny to you. Pre-trip inspection is another requirement in the standard. And we saw earlier, if the vehicle is not checked for safety and you allow the vehicle out, it's, okay, we did an OSH Act legal liability course the other day. And in terms of the Act, if you allow an unsafe practice to go, you could be legally liable, but it's not about legal liability. It's about how do you ensure your business is not interrupted from having a vehicle let through your gates that could kill somebody or damage your brand. And we know in today's world, our brands need to be protected. So these little incidents that may go unchecked can have a negative impact on our business and on our brand, something we need to avoid. Driver wellness, the standard requires for there to be annual medical fitness. And if the driver has been diagnosed with a chronic illness, diabetes or hypertension, he or she needs to be managed with more attention due to the higher risk they present on the road. Some put in place more frequent clinic visits. Others would have a sister come on site. I've seen a few companies now have the fleet controllers ask the driver the question and record their response. Have you taken your medication? How do you feel today? How many hours of sleep have you had the night before? So you can decide how to manage it, but certainly there needs to be some evidence that drivers who are higher risk are being managed accordingly. Monitoring of driving hours on the long haul, absolutely essential. Driver shift schedules and driver rest day allocations as well. Driver competence. The standards talks about driver training, but more than just training. Training can often be academic. Get a guy in a classroom or a gal, train them and off you go. The standard is not about academic training. It's about how do you change the culture of the driver? How do you ensure that you have planned training? Yes, but how do you integrate safety protocols into briefing and debriefing, having toolbox talks, sharing learnings like we saw, I think, in Anna's example, talking to the drivers about things that do go wrong so they learn from the experience, monitoring, coaching, and also giving recognition for drivers and being innovative. You know, drivers have a tough job. We know that. It's one of the most difficult jobs, I think. If you and I are feeling a bit tired, you know, we can just take a walk outside and, you know, come back. A driver does not have those luxuries. So how do we use innovative means of engaging them so we get the message imprinted into their minds and always at the forefront of what they do? That's an example of what Abokwe mentioned. Use SIPDE, scan, identify, predict, and all that, which Dirk is an expert on, to prepare the drivers to be conscious of any risk, even the emerging ones. Fatigue management. I know when a driver comes on shift at 6 in the morning, how do you know if he slept before? You have no idea. So the only way to minimize the risk of a driver coming on shift, having not slept, is to train them on the importance of sleep, nutrition. If they have a personal problem that might be having an effect on their attitude, talk to them about it. So make them aware of their personal responsibility. And in that way, you can mitigate as best those risks. Any audit will need documents and records, and we've seen from, who was it, LCS, their automated system, and I think even VDS. The bigger fleets you have, the more data, the more the need to automate. But having said that, if you've got 2 trucks, you can have a simple Excel spreadsheet, archaic system as it needs to be, as long as the principles are being implemented and one can show evidence of compliance. There are various reporting requirements. So every quarter, one needs to log into the RTMS website and enter the data, such as your overloading percentages, your crash rates, number of traffic fines, etc. And that provides a comfort that all the systems are in fact delivering on the outputs around safety and compliance. And in conclusion, those icons depict the key areas of the standard. And just a quick video, if this plays, before I sit. Okay, it's fine. It's not going to play, but I hope that's given you a good idea of what the RTMS is about. But if you have any questions, my colleague Indima, being it's Women's Month, Indima is the first female RTMS auditor in the country. So very proud to have her on our team. Any questions? Any questions you like, please chat to Indima and she'll be able to guide you along. Thank you very much and enjoy the rest of the day.
Thank you very much, Oliver. That was great as always. Thank you so much. So next up is Ms. Paula Swanepoel from Zolabix, one of our other certification bodies. We look forward to the presentation. And then after that, we're going to have Steve Cornelius from insurance side. And then after that, we'll have lunch. And we're still going to finish on time. So I thought I'll just share that a little bit. And in between, we're going to do some lucky prize draws as well. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. My name is Paula Swanepoel, and I'm from the certification body called Zolabix. We are SANUS accredited for RTMS, for those who didn't know. I'd like to take this opportunity to acknowledge our online presence. We have at the Commercial Transport Academy a group of leaders that I've asked to join us online. And if they can hear me, I'd like to have them all give a shout out on the appropriate platform that was given. This is for, the program is for women business owners within the transport and logistics industry. So it's very exciting. Although they're not here, I know they're definitely online. Just to give you a short introduction on me, maybe to just introduce myself. I have roughly 23 years worth of experience in the transport and logistics industry. The first quarter of that, FMCG, I worked at quite a big market leader, and the latter half, or the last 2/3, at another market leader, where I was tasked to implement and maintain management systems, ISO management systems. I was introduced to it before in the FMCG environment, always the auditee, never the implementer, whereby the latter of I had first-hand knowledge and experience on implementing and maintaining. With me being a naturally very curious person, my management team at the time allowed me to join hands with that business's other implementers and auditors to get a high-level understanding of how their business operates. And I want to share and acknowledge as well, some of my old colleagues are in this very room, Mr. Obakwe and Valentine. I've worked with you guys, I can't even remember for how many years. This was also the first introduction to RTMS for me. So whilst I had a passion for implementing and maintaining ISO standards, nothing really resonated to what it is that I would want to follow, such as RTMS. And why I'm saying that is, and I can testify for the growth within this business, the OneLogix Group has various divisions throughout their business. And by witnessing smart leaders making smart choices and seeing how they grow. I still remember the planning, the Umlaas yard, how the planning, what are we going to do? It's a green yard. How are we going to grow the business? All these things. Are we going to have enough space? The best problem to have is a full yard, isn't it? In their case. But I was witness, and as I can say, I can testify for the success of this business. And that's what really interested me. RTMS has definite benefits for business growth. I like to see, I'm a person who likes to see others grow and achieve things. And this allows, at the business where I am now, at the point where I am now, I am allowed to witness your business grow. And that is very satisfying. As Anna from Umoja, a lot of what I want to discuss with you guys, she's actually dealt with earlier, had a big smile on my face. She was talking about challenges. I also want to just a quick chat with you regarding challenges that we've also picked up. And I'm very grateful Oliver took us through all the requirements of the standard. I don't really want to go through that again, but just a little bit from us. Challenges is what I'd like to discuss. Just introduction of Zolabix as well. Those of you who do not know, our leadership team have all been transporters. So we know the challenge that transport operators go through. We've shared those challenges. We have a deep or a vested interest in your business because we understand the dynamics. I'm going to just hop through a few slides here and just go through the key challenges. So some of the challenges we've picked up were operators without any type of ISO or compliance related or certifications. You know, and I'm sure we've discussed this earlier, the entire misinterpretation of the standard. Oliver took you guys through to what is the requirements. It's for us to explain, it's great, you now know better. But once you hand it the standard and you read through it, nobody has an idea of what to implement where, how to start implementing the system into your business. And that's a challenge because those businesses have probably not been invited to workshops like this. Or they're thinking of insufficient staff. And I'm really speaking to family-owned or SMME businesses. Your HR person is the operations person, is the RTMS or the compliance. It happens. I've worked for businesses like that as well. And then not understanding the impact or benefits because you may have not been exposed to businesses who are RTMS certified. On the other side, operators with RTMS compliance. And I think it was also Anna from Umoja saying, well, she had a question in closing, how do we get more businesses RTMS certified? Or how do we stay certified? So these are issues we've picked up. And, you know, there's an undervalue or it's short selling the importance of compliance. So your compliance person starts to get, now you have obtained certification. Fabulous, no problem. Now your RTMS person moves into an operational role and then later on to an administrative role. So compliance and maintaining the standard falls by the wayside. We all understand, we've spoken about that contract. If your contract expires, less staff, less work. We understand the dynamics, we've been there. But how to overcome that? And once we come to that business and we actually conduct an audit, within the first hour or two, we know everything has been left up to the last week or two before audit. On the other side, SMMEs have manual systems because they are so small. They don't have the luxury or the budget for massive TMS systems, online tracking, telematics, things like that. So they use or they make use of a lot of manual systems for monitoring and tracking. But the problem with that is they monitor and they track and they comply, but they don't analyze anything. Not really. They can speak about GP, increasing their income. They've done X, Y, Z. They've bought this fleet, this trailer. They've gone to these tires, but not how did you get to make that decision? There are clauses in the standard that explicitly say or speak to analyzing trends analysis. And those who know the benefits of analyzing trends, the benefits is helping business owners to make more informed decisions because you have stats. You know, we can all have a perception of what's really happening until we know the details, and then we have perspective, if that makes sense to anyone. And then just in closing, so what is Zolabix doing differently? Yes, they're also in the market to do RTMS certification or to supply RTMS certification. So firstly, we also offer training. We conduct RTMS training workshops, and we tailor make it to the size of your business. Some businesses have 2 to 3 people that work in that part of operations. Some have 15. So whether it's in person or online, we tailor make, we accommodate your business with regards to the workshop that you need. Guiding and coaching, we have monthly workshops on just an element of the standard to try and help our existing as well as new customers understand what is the exact requirement from policy to procedure to monitoring to analyzing. Then customer service, enhanced report. When we're in your area and you're our customer, we're definitely going to visit you. We try to stay in touch as much as possible to understand what new challenges our clients, you know, come across. As the market change, as things within the industry change, we know there's a lot of exciting things happening, electric vehicles, there's a lot going on. So we try to stay abreast and maintain that very useful and a genuine relationship with our clients. We speak about continuous professional development. Our own team has quarterly training sessions. So whether it's our auditors, our administrative staff, every quarter we make sure that we're updated with whatever's new and relevant within the industry. And then lastly, something exciting or a new development. As of the 1st September, we are offering PBS workshops. And this will also greatly benefit those of our clients that are aiming towards PBS. And I'm sure you've all seen the incredible benefits of PBS and how it just, you know, grows your GP exponentially at the end of the day. So our aim is to help you, guide you through this process and ultimately for your business to excel. Yeah, well, that's my whole thing. We're not going to go through the rest of the requirements of the standard. I thank you all so much for this opportunity. I'm sitting there in the corner. If you have any questions for me, thank you, guys.
Thank you. Thanks very much, Paula. And then we've got Mr. Steve Cornelius. He's going to go up and give us a bit of an overview from an insurance perspective. How does the insurance industry view RTMS and also related benefits? Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Paul, thank you for the invitation to come and address this workshop. My name's Steve Cornelius. I've been a member of the steering committee for more years than I can actually recall. And I think to put it into perspective, when I joined the steering committee, Paul had hair. So that is how long I've actually been a member. And I think Oliver was a lot taller in those days too. He seems to have shrunk a bit. I've only got 15 minutes to try and explain to you the importance of RTMS and the impact and the benefit that RTMS can have on your insurance risk program. And hopefully when I'm finished this presentation, you'll realize that when you consider RTMS certification, you might currently be thinking of it as a cost. Whether you're certified or not, you'll realize when I'm finished that with what RTMS does for your business, the direct financial benefits far overcomes the cost of becoming RTMS certified. So the fancy word return on investment, it's there within the insurance perspective, regardless of all the rest that you've heard from previous speakers. So I'm going to look at effectively 4 elements. We're going to look at, I want you to understand what makes up insurance costs. And then I want to hopefully explain the correlation between RTMS and insurance. And you'll see it's a very, very close correlation. Obviously, repudiations is something that I have to speak about whenever I address audience, because it's the worst thing that can happen in your business is to suffer a repudiation of a catastrophic claim. It could, depending on the size of your business, mean the end of your operation. And then finally, I'll touch very briefly on alternative policy structures, which could immensely improve the efficiency and the cost of your risk and insurance program. So I'm an insurance broker. I work for Olia Insurance Solutions, and I head up the transport industry. I understand, or the transport division, I understand the enormous economic difficulties that the transport industry is under at the moment, and every single cent that we can find will be valuable in your operation. And insurance, being a grudge purchase, is hopefully one of the first places that you'll look at. So let's have a look at insurance costs and try and understand what goes into making up your risk and insurance monthly annual expenditure. First of all, obviously, it's the premium. I mean, that's the first and most important item. Premium is determined by your loss ratio. So immediately there's another element that you got to think about. Insurers, effectively, to put it very simply, an insurer will look at your claims. They'll try and determine a 3 or a 5-year average claim, and then they'll lob on 35% to 40% on top of that to pay for their profit, their admin costs, the broker commissions, etc. So insurance is not a cheap finance mechanism. So please understand that. It's not an easy way out. It's an expensive way out. Try and find ways to avoid using insurance as a risk mitigation tool. Then you have your excesses. We all know what an excess is, your first amount payable. The insurer first wants your excess before he even looks at settling your claim. That is a co-insurer aspect. So the insurance company wants to know that you're involved in protecting your risk as well, so that you've got money on the table in this whole risk. So that is why there is an excess, so that the insurer feels that you're also in the game. Then you've got the cost of risk management. So everyone's got a certain element of risk management. Some have more than others. Those are generally your telematics costs, the cost of your physical securities, training. You've heard a lot about training. Training doesn't come for free. Compliance, the cost of compliance. If you squash, all those things involve a direct expense. So your risk management cost must be added into your total insurance and risk expenditure. And then downtime, that's a sort of a hidden area. The minute you have an incident and your truck is off the road, you're losing money. It's not earning. Particularly the small to medium-sized operators that don't have the big resources and spare trucks and capacity, and that they lose directly. So downtime is a very important cost. And then, of course, marketing. You can look at it negatively and positively. Negatively, when you have an incident, you've let your client down, your customer, and it impacts on his impression of you as a transporter. Of course, on the other hand, if you are RTMS certified, it's a very positive thing as far as marketing is concerned. So those are, in a nutshell, where your expenses come from in a risk and insurance program. Now, let's have a look specifically at risk mitigating methods and where we've got to focus on. And immediately, if you look at this slide, you'll realize the correlation between everything that speakers have been saying previously. This is how we as insurers will look at developing a risk mitigating program. So first of all, the vehicle, the maintenance of the vehicle. When you've got when you take out insurance, there's what's called terms and conditions and warranties. Those of you that read your policy schedule or wording, there it says very clearly that you enjoy cover and protection as long as the vehicle is maintained in a roadworthy condition. Yes, that's a big word, because what's it called? A COF, a certificate of fitness, is not necessarily ticking that box. When that dreaded assessor is appointed to come and investigate a big claim, the first place he'll go and look to try and justify his fee is whether your vehicle is in a roadworthy condition. Okay, you've got the COF, but let's have a look at the brakes. Let's have a look at the tires. And they start sniffing around to find a reason to repudiate that claim. Don't think that insurers are charitable institutions. They definitely aren't. And that assessor is representing the insurance company in trying to find a legal way of not paying their claim. So trucks and tires. I don't know whether the Fleet Watch episode has come up during this workshop, but certainly it's been found, and the percentage, if I'm not mistaken, is something like 67% of trucks on the road fail their brake and tire examination. So that tells insurers, and insurers have got to know about that, that if they do a little bit of effort, they're likely to find that your vehicle's not roadworthy, not fit. So be careful. Vehicle maintenance, driver behavior monitoring, there's very little that I can say. Oliver, you summed it up beautifully. Things like fatigue management, monitoring how many hours, unbroken hours, the operator's driving, because fatigue is the biggest cause of accidents. Monitoring the speeding, and I'm trying very hard to find a company that will give me a system that will talk to all the telematics devices and provide those 6 or 7 monitoring points for operators, because once I can show that to insurers, they will jump at rebating your premium. Driver wellness, we've heard about that. Driver training, terribly important to spend money on that. And then, of course, overloading. It's something that people have a misconception about. Overloading, the insurers don't have much sympathy or empathy for overloaded vehicles, because they do believe it's a material cause of accidents. So if you are, that will probably be the next step for the assessor, to call for the weigh bills, check the weights. If it's overloaded, there's a damn good chance that they're going to walk away from that claim and not pay it, because they believe that it influences. So all these elements that I've spoken about are there to bring down the frequency and the severity of claims. Frequency is so important. The severity, by managing your claim, you can bring down your average cost of claim. That in turn leads to an improved loss ratio being your claims divided by your premium as a percentage. Please, I'm sure you all have heard that ad nauseum. It's an important factor in your business, your loss ratio. And the minute you improve your loss ratio, you have an insurer that's prepared to look at your premiums. They're prepared to look at perhaps other ways of structuring your policies, et cetera, et cetera. So that is as far as risk management is concerned, and why we do it. And then repudiations. Those of you that don't know what a repudiation is, it's when that you get a little Dear Johnny letter from the insurer saying that, sir, unfortunately, we are not able to pay your claim for you because of the following reasons. And if you're not happy, you can go to the ombudsman or you can go to your attorney. It's not a nice letter. And The insurance industry is under stress at the moment as well. To be able to negotiate with insurers is not as easy as it used to be in the past. Unfortunately, I can tell you, and this is a fact, premiums are not negotiable. It's become a hard market. Okay, roadworthiness is part of your terms and conditions. Your vehicle has to be roadworthy. I don't have to say anything more. Valid driver's licenses. Another nice, easy, simple way that takes the assessor 10 minutes to call for a copy of the driver's license and to check whether it's actually valid. Please make sure it is. Otherwise, the assessor's jumping up and down and he's running back and he says you don't have to pay. There are people that can validate it and check it. It comes at a cost, but I think it's worthwhile. Obviously, payment of premium is a term and a condition on your policy. Make sure that your premiums are up to date, because if they're not, again, they'll walk away from your claim. And if they say that you need to have a telematics device that's operational and is monitored 24/7, make sure that in fact it is working and that someone or somewhere it is being monitored on a 24/7 basis. Again, if your vehicle gets stolen and they prove that it's not in fact in place, they walk away from your claim. So don't check those things. And then of course, don't go pushing your truck into areas that aren't covered under your policy's geographical areas. I recently had a situation of that, which also led to some unpleasantness. So, guys, if you take one thing away from my chat today, it's avoid repudiations. And I can say that RTMS will address all those things. RTMS certification will address all those things and avoid you walking that nightmare road. And then very quickly and finally, if you are RTMS certified and you are running a good loss ratio, you are able to negotiate with the insurer different structures. This is very important. Please take this away today. Depending on, obviously, the size of your business, the size of your fleet, your balance sheet strength, whether you risk averse or not. A lot of things depend on how you structure it. But these are starting from profit sharing, which is a very basic thing. You just need to ask the question. Please, will you consider, if I run under an 80% loss ratio, can I share in that profit? That's as simple as it gets. Again, you need to be under 80% loss ratio. So you need to be running a good loss ratio. Deposit premiums mean that the insurer tells you, you're going to have to pay me 100 Rand premium this year. You can then turn around and say, okay, I'll pay you 60 Rand. The other 40 Rand, if I run under an 80 or a 60% loss ratio, hold back with my 40%. And if I run the whole year under 40 or 80 or 60%, then I don't pay you my 40. So you save that. So a deposit premium, but if you do go over, obviously, then it becomes payable. But you're no worse off. But again, you've got to ask the question. Then you get on to more sort of sophisticated areas, aggregate excesses, where your self-insurance element becomes greater, and you get to fleets, the Unitrans type of fleet, where they fully self-insure their own damage and only look at liability on the other hand. So, guys, this is just for a bit of interest for you. There are other ways of structuring your insurance policies so that it can be more efficient and a little bit more cost effective. Finally, in conclusion, you'll see, as I've spoken, those 4 pillars are exactly aligned to the RTMS compliance conformity. It's the same for insurance as well. So my little hint to you there is, if you are complying, if you are conforming with the RTMS requirements, get certified. If you're not complying, get certified. Take away the risk. So my message, guys, it's a no-brainer. RTMS certification is the right thing to do. It's like paying your TV license. It's the right thing to do. And those of you that are already certified, I hope you've got some questions to take back to your business this afternoon and ask whether you're getting those benefits. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you very much, Steve. We're running a little bit ahead of the program and the food's just arrived. So what we're going to do is Dr. Paul's going to do his presentation, and then after that, we'll then break for lunch. And we will, in fact, we should finish a bit early, and then we've got exciting prize draws after that. We're going to have a video because it's Women's Month that's going to be played, that you're going to be watching for young Nicole Melk, which is also quite awesome. But up next is Dr. Paul Nordingen. He's going to speak around performance-based standards. And again, you've heard him before. This is the additional, this is the smart matter stuff. This is very interesting around performance-based standards. Dr. Paul, thank you.
Thanks, Kathy, and thanks, Harry. I believe the lunch will be here in about an hour's time, so I've got a lot of time to talk on my favorite subject, I think. Yeah, oops, gee, the static is quite something. So I'm going to talk about performance-based standards. A lot of you have heard about the project in South Africa. It started in 2004. The first 2 vehicles actually were on the road by the end of 2007. And now there's well over kind of almost 2,500 of these vehicles. One thing I must just stress is that we've actually got into the trap of incorrect terminology. So we talk about PBS vehicles, where actually we mean high capacity vehicles. So PBS, performance-based standards, is a way of analyzing a vehicle, particularly with regards its dynamic stability. So I'll show you, in fact, this little video clip. You know, a lot of trucks are not very stable on the road. And the performance-based standards approach was developed in the 70s and 80s at the University of Michigan primarily, and is an extremely powerful tool for improving the safety of a heavy vehicle. It's also been used, PBS has been used in more and more countries now to allow for high capacity vehicles to operate on specific routes. And that's what we've been doing. We call them PBS vehicles, and everyone thinks a PBS vehicle is one of these bigger, longer, heavier vehicles. But in fact, they are high capacity vehicles. So just to say that, because it's, now how do we run this one? So this is the kind of problem. This is in the United States. Typically what happens with heavy vehicles, mainly because of the center of gravity of the height of the payload. Center of gravity, height of the payload. This is a bit of a fairly disturbing video where you see at the bottom 26 up to 29 miles per hour. So it's not very fast. And yet, so that vehicle is not going that fast, and yet actually it rolls over. And this was it's a clip from a security camera in Pinetown a few years ago. Again, in this case, the vehicle is going a bit fast, but so those are the sort of things that we're trying to address with PBS. Abakwe spoke about tail swing, which is another low-speed performance standard, which has had a huge positive impact on the car carrier industry that he was talking about earlier. So there are high-speed and there are low-speed performance standards, and there are also infrastructure performance standards to make sure that these high-capacity vehicles don't cause undue road damage or damage to the bridges. Okay, so what I've actually said is that the prescriptive regulation that we're all used to, or legislation, is supposed to ensure that all vehicles on the road are safe and they don't cause undue or unacceptable road infrastructure wear. The reality is that because of, especially with heavy vehicles, because of the nature of vehicles, they go up to 4.3 meters high, they're actually often not safe on the road. And they could be if they're fairly minor modifications made to these vehicles. And in terms of road wear, our big problem in terms of additional road damage are the single tires, super singles or single tires, that are loaded up to 8 tons per axle, which is the legal allowable permissible maximum mass, cause a lot more road damage than dual tires at 9 tons. So we've got this legislation. It allows 8 tons on an axle with single tires. Operators will use single tires for various reasons, cost, etc., lower rolling resistance, but it causes a lot more road wear. Okay, so when we started with this pilot project, way back in, the committee was formed in 2003, there were only 3 other countries in the world that had implemented the PBS approach. Now there's probably about 20, including Namibia. And Mozambique is allowing PBS vehicles to operate. And the idea of the pilot project, because the committee said, look, it's all very well to see what's happening in Australia and New Zealand and Canada, but South Africa is different. You know, we've got different drivers, we've got different roads, we've got different terrain, etc., etc. So we need to run a project in South Africa. It was signed off by the Minister of Transport at the time in 2007. And it was to look at those things. How can we reduce road wear? How can we reduce congestion? Safety exposure risk is less trucks on the road, you've got less safety exposure risk. Improving safety performance, the dynamic stability of the vehicle. Improve transport productivity, lower costs, reduced emissions because of the lower fuel consumption per ton kilometer. And then the one that's missing is reduced delays at border posts, at mines, at power stations, at ports. If you've got less trucks to do the same task, you're going to have less queuing. A lot of work has been done since we started in 2007, and these are, oops, sorry, why not? It didn't change. Oh, that's very weird. Okay, doesn't matter. There are a lot of research and projects have been done in various countries around the world on the benefits of PBS and high-capacity vehicles. So it's not just a South African thing. It's become a global sort of trend to address things like emissions, congestion on the road, safety, and costs of transport. So there's the strategy that was developed in 2007, and there's a rules document. The latest version is currently about to be circulated for comment. And those are the rules that if you want to participate in a project in South Africa, that's the document that you need to look at. The safety standards are largely based on the Australian scheme. And in Australia now, there are well over 20,000 PBS vehicles. And essentially, what I was talking about, the dynamic stability, you've got there's no cast and concrete performance standards. It's something that you research and you come up with some maneuvers and performance standard that you say, if the vehicle complies with these performance standards, it's a good, safe vehicle, like a Porsche. Abakwe was talking about a Porsche. So it's not a Suzuki, a Porsche. That's the difference between, okay. So a low-speed turn, that's for the low-speed performance standards like tail swing that he mentioned. Then there's a high-speed lane change, a rollover, high-speed pulse steer, and then some drivability standards to make sure that engine and the gear ratios and all that are adequate for the payload and the combination mass. So you do those maneuvers, mostly on computer, but you can do field testing, literally physical testing. And you measure these things on the right, which are the performance standards. And each of those performance standards has got a limit. It's either an upper limit or a low limit, and the vehicle must pass all of those performance standards. And then it's an approved PBS combination. And that's really what it's all about. So it's not so much about what the vehicle looks like. It's not so much about its length and its axle loads. It's about passing those performance standards. And one of the benefits of this approach, it promotes innovation. So the manufacturers, the vehicle and the trailer manufacturers can think of ways of what can we do with this vehicle to make it pass all these performance standards. We're not limited by the prescriptive regulations. And it encourages a better match between the vehicles and the roads. So we all know that the road network in South Africa, we've got high order roads going all the way down to residential streets. But the vehicles are like one size fits all, but they don't. We actually need to if we want to optimize the road network, we should allow bigger and longer vehicles on the higher order roads like the N3, the N4, and then they can only travel on those routes. And that will reduce the number of trucks, reduce emissions, reduce transport costs, et cetera, et cetera. They're not allowed to go down, into the CBD or in residential areas. So the normal challenge with a PBS project is what we call the last mile and the first mile. It's not the trip on the N3, that's not a problem, but it's getting out of wherever you are, a vehicle assembly plant in Rosslyn, you've got to get onto the N4. It's that first mile to make sure that it's safe, and it's the last mile. If it's going into the port in Durban or Richards Bay, that's generally not a problem. But if you're going to a distribution center in Middelburg or somewhere, that last mile might be a problem. Especially, well, I'm talking particular of the longer vehicles. Okay, so this is just an illustration of a turn the volume down. It's a clip from Australia. It's 5. That's not the clip from Australia. There. Okay, so that's the first one, a truck, tractor, semi-trailer. It goes quite easily. This is measuring swept path. This is the second one. It's also a prescriptive vehicle, and you can see it cuts in a bit more. The third one is 20 meters, but it's a PBS vehicle. So the swept path has been, by the design of the vehicle, it's improved. So it's actually, even though it's a meter longer, now the fourth one is a prescriptive vehicle in Australia. It's 25 meters long, but it's got very poor off-tracking or swept path performance. You can see how much it cuts in, and it's largely due to the wheelbase lengths. And then the last one is a 26-meter PBS vehicle, and because of the design, articulation points, some of these longer ones have steer axles at the back. It performs very well. So that illustrates to you one performance standard. So you can have a prescriptive vehicle, that's even shorter, but you can have a longer PBS vehicle that actually performs better. And you use the innovation of the manufacturers to make that vehicle pass that particular performance standard. Sort of a little bit. Okay, this one is a high-speed lane change, which is, so the one on the left is a baseline vehicle, a legal standard truck, 22 meters long, and the one on the right was the first PBS vehicle, 27.5 meters long, 67.5 ton payload. So let's play it again. You can see how unstable the one on the left is compared to the one on the right, which is doing exactly the same maneuver. So this is another illustration that we've actually got a lot of vehicles on the road that are even standard vehicles, not over length, not over the 56-ton limit, but they dynamically unstable, which is contributing to our crash rates. So RTMS complements, or PBS complements RTMS. So here was some testing that was done at Gerotech of a high-speed transient off-tracking. This was with the University of Pretoria. So they fit the trailer and trucks with accelerometers and cameras and all sorts of things. This was now to collaborate or to corroborate the computer simulation with field testing. Because you can have a computer and it's a black box and it gives results and you believe in them, but it's good to validate these results with some field testing. This one is a static rollover threshold, and this one applies to any vehicle. A rigid truck that's got 2 axles or 3 axles is just as much likely to fail static rollover threshold as a long vehicle with 2 trailers or more. This was the first 30-meter combination we did for AB InBev, and the red vehicle there is the 30-meter combination, 83 tons. It's got 11 axles, and the blue one that's superimposed is the baseline vehicle. And this particular performance standard, you increase the speed of the vehicle on a curve, a fixed radius curve, and as the vehicle accelerates, increases speed, the lateral acceleration increases, as you can imagine, until eventually, eventually the trailer, one of the trailers or the truck will roll over, and you measure that lateral acceleration, and it's got to be at least 0.35 g, where g is gravity. So it's not something you can do, with the back of a matchbox. It's a little bit more complicated. But so here you can see the vehicle is speeding up. Both the vehicles are speeding up. The sideways force is increasing, and the baseline vehicle rolled over at 0.27 G, which is way below the minimum for PBS. It's about a 30% failure. And then this one failed, rolled over at, say, 0.36 G. And I can tell you now that a high percentage of vehicles in South Africa would fail this performance standard because of, and here you can do it again at Eurotech. This is quite fun on a tilt table, and the tilt table goes up until the vehicle actually lifts off, but they have chains, so it doesn't go off. The chains hold it down, but you measure that angle, I think something like 19 degrees, and that it's equivalent to the static rollover threshold. This is actually Alutip trailers. The guys from Alutip are here. You remember that? It was quite an exciting bit of experimentation. Yeah, then there are infrastructure standards for roads and bridges, which I'm not going to go into detail, but the fact is that a lot of the baseline vehicles or standard trucks cause a lot more damage per ton of payload than the PBS vehicles. And so we would use called the mechanistic empirical design approach, which is the South African approach for designing roads. And there you can see, so the y-axis is damage per ton of payload. And the blue diamonds are all baseline vehicles or standard 56 ton. These are all mining side tippers, all these here. And you can see the PBS vehicles with the red squares are all below 0.2 in this particular graph. So you can see that even though the vehicles are longer, and I mean the new era commerce road train that we saw earlier, 3 trailers, that's also on here. Also less than 0.2 LEF per ton of payload. Very controlled damage. One of the big reason why some of those are so bad is because they've got single tires. So they're causing a lot more road damage, even though they're legal. They're running at 56 tons, but they're causing, and a lot of people don't battle to understand this. When you talk to people out there and you go in meetings and they'd say, no, 80-ton vehicle is destroying our roads, but they don't understand this. Sometimes a traffic impact assessment is required, as I say, in the first mile or the last mile. If it's a longer vehicle, the authority might say, we want to see how this vehicle will negotiate the route in the last mile, because to make sure that it's safe, it's not cause risk to other road users. Now, this is really the essence of it. As I said earlier, high capacity vehicles internationally have been shown to reduce fuel consumption, reduce emissions, fewer trucks on the road. That's sort of kind of an accepted global phenomena of high capacity vehicles. And in South Africa, we say, if you want to run a PBS vehicle or high capacity vehicle, your vehicle combination must pass the performance standards. That's the left-hand pillar, safe high-speed performance, adequate maneuverability, and ensure vehicle infrastructure match. And then on the right-hand pillar is the RTMS. And it's very clear from the provinces and the road authorities, they would not be willing to consider high-capacity vehicles run by irresponsible operators. You can't have some of these big vehicles running where the brakes are not roadworthy, the tires are not illegal, the driver's driving too many hours a day, or he's suffering from diabetes or hypertension. Those are the risk factors that need to be managed to allow these high-capacity vehicles to run safely. And that's why the RTMS is a requirement. I think hopefully that makes sense. So actually, this was at the end of December last year, 1,400. Right now, it's closer to 2,500 PBS vehicles running on the various routes, mostly in the mining sector and in forestry. This is how it's grown in the number of vehicles. That only goes up to the end of 2023, but there's been a big increase this year. And a lot of, I think there are 84 transport operators now that are participating in the project. Yeah, this is just showing a breakdown. I showed you this graph earlier, But the dark blue bars are the PBS operators. The light blue bars are the RTMS certified companies. So there are not too many in the very small fleets that are running PBS vehicles, but the bulk are in the medium-sized fleets. And just some examples, a lot of the vehicles are not over length. They're 22 meters long or 22.5 meters long, but they've got more axles, so they've got bigger payloads. So typically the side tippers will have a payload of going from 49 to 51 tons, depending on the type of trailer. But the standard ones are more 35, 36 tons, or maybe a bit less than 35 tons. So there's a big payload benefit. And this is the AB InBev, what we call an A double. It's 30 meters long. It's got 11 axles. There's a bus core biarticulated bus that's been operating very successfully in the Mbombela area for quite a few years now. I think they've got close to 30 of these buses operating. And you can see there the crashes per million for the biarticulated buses, which are PBS buses. It's about 5 crashes per million. And the solo rigid buses, it's 9.5 crashes per million. So it's almost double the crash rate of the single rigid buses is almost double, even though these biarticulated buses are. There's a road train now, we call it a road train running in KZN, and that's largely because of the line that SAPI was using to transport timber from the northern Natal down to SAPI Sycor south of Durban. That line closed down the railway. There was some flooding and they decided not to repair the bridges. And so that timber is now all being moved by road. So rather than putting a whole lot of standard trucks on the road, the KZN DOT agreed on this road train, which I think it's got about a 60-ton payload. So it greatly reduces the number of trips, and it's just operating on the N2, basically from Richards Bay down to SAPI Sycor. Then this is, Namibia has started on a pilot project. This was their first one. Also an A double with 11 axles for transporting salt. They had a launch function. The mayor of Walvis Bay was there, and he already had received very positive feedback from the residents, because the number of trips per day from the salt mine to the port reduced from 80 trips per day to 44 trips per day. So even though the vehicle's a bit longer, it's a huge reduction in trips. And that's the second one for frozen fish. There's 2 containers traveling between Lüderitz and Walvis Bay. And then this is the Coca-Cola one. And I think I can show you, again, you might have to turn the volume down. This was the launch of their PBS vehicle, also 30 meters, A double. So it's a rigid truck it's a truck tractor with 2 semi-trailers. And this one has got steer axles. At the third axle of each tridem is a steer axle to improve the slow speed performance or the swept path. And it's a short clip, but just when you see it go onto the highway, there's no crash here. So Volvo 610 for this one. You'll see it now. Now it's going on to the N1 at Bloemfontein. And just watch this turn. It's showing you in terms of the swept path. It's a 30-meter vehicle. So that just demonstrates the power of this approach. So what we've measured, we had to update the evaluation report at the beginning of this year. So these statistics are up until December last year. On average, a 31% savings in trips. That's now for all these different fuel, timber, coal, mining, beverages, 31% on average savings. So just that small sample is reducing 835,000 trips per year. On average, 28% reduction in kilometers, 12% on average savings in fuel, So that's 877 million. That's now just remember, it's a small, only 1,200 vehicles. 12% savings in greenhouse gas emissions, 40% reduction in crashes, measured on crashes per million kilometers, and 12% average reduction in road wear. So in Australia, the average reduction in major crashes is 46%. So our 40% is not, it's not unrealistic. Oh, there's the Australian, there you can see the 40% less. This is slightly old, but I know that there are now over 20,000 PBS vehicles. There's their approvals. That was in August last year. Approvals in 2023, they approved over 2,500 PBS vehicles. We found now we do a baseline vehicle assessment as well to try and measure the improvements in terms of safety. So the pie chart on the right shows that 56% of the baseline vehicles that we've assessed fail at least one of the performance standards. So that just, you know, shows that that's the whole sort of basis of the performance-based approach, that the prescriptive regulations don't adequately ensure safe performance of heavy vehicles. So 56% fail, and the ones that they fail the most are some fail 1, some fail 2, some fail 3 performance standards. Static rollover threshold, I showed you, rearward amplification, and yaw damping coefficient is another performance standard. Those are the 3 performance standards that most of the, or 56% of the vehicles that we've assessed in South Africa fail. So there's also room for improvement of the standard fleet. PBS is not just applicable to high capacity vehicles. We can apply it to standard fleets, standard truck combinations, and some of the trailer manufacturers have started doing that. So they're involved in PBS projects. They see some of the design features that make the vehicle safer, and they translate that to their standard trailers or trucks, so that without even knowing it, you're getting an improved safety of the entire vehicle fleet, not just the high capacity so-called PBS vehicles. So that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to optimize the heavy vehicle envelope, if you like, but without going beyond these acceptable bounds. We have big challenges at the moment, and I'm not going to go into it, but the original valuation report was submitted to the Department of Transport in October 2020, almost 4 years ago, and we're still waiting for a decision. And it's obviously, you can imagine it's having huge implications to many of the transport operators. They're now uncertain what's happening, you know, why has there been no decision? So in the last year, there've been a lot more interaction with the DOT. We've had meetings with the National Logistics Crisis Committee. They've written a report with recommendations to the Department of Transport. There's a number of things going on at the moment to try and get the DOT to make a decision, because there are a lot of operators that are now in high risk. They need to replace truck tractors, and they're not certain what's going to happen. So that's unfortunately the bad news at the moment, but we're hoping certainly by the end of this year, there'll be some direction in terms of the PBS project. So thank you very much, Kathy. I hope that provides some information.
Thank you very much, Dr. Paul. So maybe just for the audience at this particular point in time. Oh, Dr. Paul is making way for me. I love that. So what we're going to do, we're going to break now for lunch. If you can be back by 2, we'll be done by 2:15, and you can leave and go home. Because after lunch, we've got some lucky draw prizes. We've got 2 quick videos, Oliver's video that didn't play, and then one from Nicole. We're going to do the lucky draw prizes. We've got something for 3 of the ladies that presented, and then we'll be done by 15:15. Can we do it that way? Will it work for you? It'll work for you, right? So, and also we've got 2, the presenters. There's a lady that wants to take a photo from the CSR. You can go to the blue wall by the food. There's 2 queues. We got a bit smarter this time. So there's a queue this side, and walk past, and there's another queue. Then we can do this in 30 minutes. We can be back at 2. We're gone by 15:15. Will that work? I think so. Indeed. Lovely. Perfect. Please go have something to eat and drink, and see you back at 2. Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah. Nice. Very well. So does it have
So ladies and gents, can you please start moving, taking up your seats? Thank you. So ladies and gents, we're going to start. Please take up your seats and settle down. Thank you. We want to play you the Nicole's video.
I was Miss Popular in school. All the girls and people in school wanted to know me and be my friend. As a young kid, I was the most naughtiest, active, full of energy child ever. I used to love riding bikes and skateboarding, and I used to ride horses. I used to be an 18 swimmer, and that came all to an end. My dream in my life was to become a veterinarian, and on the 1st of August 2005, my dream was shattered.
We were coming back from our business that evening on Jim Bashir Road, and a car pulled out in front of us, and my husband tried to avoid an accident, swerved, and a car coming at quite a speed came, and we had a head-on collision.
And I just remember seeing bright lights, and the rest was out there, and it was just blank.
I stayed awake through the whole thing. My husband was hit unconscious. He was lying on the steering wheel.
I flung forward. I broke my dad's seat in half because I was not wearing my safety belt.
For me to accept that my child was going to be paralyzed forever, that was the hardest. That was the real hardest thing to accept.
I have had 4 reconstructive brain surgeries, 3 reconstructive jaw surgeries that I've got pins in my jaw. I've had 3 reconstructive foot surgeries.
When I saw Nicole for the first time, I couldn't talk for 24 hours. I didn't want to talk to you because that was not my little girl lying there.
A simple thing like tying your shoelace, buttoning up your belt or your pants, that has been taken away from you. It won't only change your life for 1 second or a minute or a year. It's for the rest of your life. 10 years down the line, I'm sitting here, I still got a disability. I wake up every morning and say, if I had just buckled up.
It only takes 5 seconds to buckle your child up. This could be the difference between life and death.
Please buckle up. Buckling up may only take 5 seconds, but that 5 seconds can determine the rest of your life.
Hi, ladies and gentlemen. I'm so honored to be here this afternoon. I hope you guys are having a lovely afternoon. Just a few words from me. Buckling up is very important, and everyone out there, if you can drive a car, when you get in a car, make sure that your passengers are all buckled up because they are the future. And our kids on our roads, they are even our bigger future. So please, ladies and gentlemen, drive home safely and just remember, buckling up, it takes only 5 seconds, but it can save your life. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Nick. Thank you, Nicole. Thank you, Nicole. Right here. So what we want to do is we had a very quick, brief overview this morning from Isuzu. So what we're going to do is we're going to go straight into 3 of the ladies that presented today because it's Women's Day. Anna, where's Carmen? Where's Mashaba? Mashaba? Oh, must stand there. Okay, Harry. I was going to make them the center. On the stage, please, on the stage, on the stage, on the stage. And then those photographers that were harassing me, where'd you? Take some photos. Take some photos. Right here. And where's Mavis and Dr. Paul? Dr. Paul and Mavis. Mavis, Dr. Paul. Okay, then it'll have to be Stretchy. Stretchy, please. Mavis. Ozala. Bible. Okie dokie. Stretchy. Please, please, please. No, Dr. Paul's not here. You are. Thank you. You're going to go on the stage. And Mavis, go on the stage. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And Mavis is on her way, and we must say big thanks to Mavis. She's actually the lady that organized all the catering and all the food. I was just the loudmouth one, and she was the one that actually made it happen. So thank you, Mavis. Round of applause for young Mavis. So what we're going to do is the RTMS board members, which is Chris Stretch and Mavis Masanga. Masanga. Mavis Masanga. They're going to do a handover. Mavis, stand that side, please. That side. No, and now we're going to do a bit of a handover. We're going to so I'm going to give you the gifts. You the gifts, you hand over to the ladies. Nee? Photos taken. I'm going to put this down. But you are actually our intended audience who does the best practice, self-regulation, safer roads, safer trucks, safer all of those wonderful things. So thank you very much. And then we've got all the photos. You want big photos?
Thank you so much, ladies.
We have one for you, but don't come, Nicole. We'll bring it to you. We'll bring it to you. Okay, now what we want to do is we want to give Impo from Isuzu. Impo from Isuzu. Bible. Just if you don't mind, just give us a quick. Just say hi to the team, who you are, because your team member was here.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Mpong Kumeleni. I head up truck sales for Isuzu Motors South Africa. Ndaundo. As you all know, we are the leading truck sales brand in South Africa in medium and heavy commercial vehicles for 11 years running. And one of the greatest things this year that we really are proud of, that we've been in this country for 60 years. I can see there are few 60-year-old people still fit, strong. And that's how long Isuzu Truck has been in this country for, delivering reliability, durability, and capability to all our customers in different types of operations. We are happy friends, good friends of Kathy. We support her in many of the events because we know this is the industry that is cut out for us. We are in the industry, and our new ID that has been launched probably now 5 months from our mothership in Japan says, moving the world for you. We preface the word moving because we are in the industry that moves goods, moves people, and makes the economy run. So we really are very excited to be here and supporting this initiative. We think is very, very important because safety in our roads is of utmost importance. And which is why we always talk of simplifying the work for drivers so that we have automated vehicles, vehicles with technology that are able to anticipate accidents, and buckling up, as Nicole has said, is extremely important. Thank you very much, Kathy, for, yes.
Please ask 5 questions. Anybody gets it right in the room? Let's say how well they know the Isuzu, MPR, NQRs, FSRs.
But let me start by asking stuff that I've spoken about right now. What is the new ID phrase for Isuzu globally? Oh, you need to raise up your hand so we can, Kathy will choose who answers.
With each other, we'll do this. There's 4 more to come.
Okay, so I'll give it to the lady over here. She's the one. Okay, next question. How long has Isuzu Trucks been in this country for? You pick up one. 60 years. 60 years and still going strong. Isuzu Trucks is #1 in which segment and other segments? So I will, you give me one segment, and the next person will give me the next segment. You said it's Dr. Paul. Medium commercial vehicle, yeah. And heavy commercial vehicles. Heavy commercial vehicles. Who said heavy? Yeah, the one who said heavy. Okay, I'm going to make it very, very simple. Just name one model in the Isuzu range. Oh, Dr. Paul. Yeah, he got it. Yeah, give it to Dr. Paul. He got it right. So do we still have another one? One more. It's just to name one of the Isuzu truck models that you know. Yeah, there's a gentleman right there back there with the hand up. Yeah, MPR.
Okay. Young Oliver, please, you come as well. He's got a couple of also questions and some giveaway prizes. And then Standard Bank has some also. And I think Freeway. So we give young Oliver
Okay, first question. How many elements are in the RTMS standard? The gentleman at the back with the cap, he was first with his hand up. Sorry? 13. Is that correct? That is correct. 13. Yeah, well done. Okay, next question. List any 3 elements in the standard. Any 3 elements or requirements in the standard? Wow, it's a tough question. List any 3 requirements of the, yes, sir. Driver behavior, okay. Right, that's 1. Next one. 3, I said list 3. Think about what are the requirements. Okay, sorry, sir. I'm afraid you don't qualify. You've just struck out. Okay, Leanne, you second. Time management, yes. Loading control. Look, 100% correct. And for wearing red today, you get it. Okay, next question. What is the dangers of not having a good tire management system? One negative impact of not taking care of tires. Yes, sir, green cap. Possible accidents, we'll give it to you. Gentleman at the front. Last question. Approximately how many PBS vehicles do we have in the country? Yes, sir. 2,200 PBS vehicles? How many number of PBS vehicles in the country currently? 25. Who said 25 first? The lady at the back. Okay, thank you very much, Kate.
Thank you. Thank you. That's fantastic. And then freeway, you've also got lucky questions. Dr. Paul's going to ask. You're not bad. You're not bad. There we go. From your presentation, Dr. Paul. Okay. So these are going to be for some of the stat bank lucky goodies. So listen and respond quickly. Any questions, Dr. Paul?
Okay, give 2 of the top commodities. Yeah, what's the answer? You had your hand up. To give her two of the top commodities that are being transported by PBS vehicles. Okay, that guy with the blue. No, not. Yeah. Well, same. What qualify mining? What? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's good enough. Yeah.
You might quickly ask the next question.
Name 2 of the performance standards. Have you already won a prize? Come. Okay. Okay, I'll give it to her. That's, yeah. It's giving me
your presentation.
I know.
Yeah.
I know. Who won the last soccer World Cup now? I can't think of questions. You've got a question.
Okie dokie. So the LCS presentation, what did her and George, what did they say are the basic elements of what RTMS has done for the company? LCS. Okay, there's a hand up, young man. Go for it, sir. Reduction of costs, that'll work. Yes, because it's true. And reduction of accidents. You were going to say that. It'll work. Okay, mate. Another one. I've got a few more. Okay. Rightio. So in terms of them, the young lady's giving you. So give me 3 of the partners that supported us today in the room. There's a hand, Anna. JC Auditors. Michelin. Freeway. Okie dokie. So I guess for me, the important question was, when our Bakwe from VDS did his presentation, who did he say was his mentor? Okay. Who said that young lady over there? She was first. But it is actually Dirk Kukumut, that young lady. Please, it's yours. It's yours. I'm not going to throw it. Oh, good. Thank you very much. Okay. And then we had a presentation by Anna from Amoja. What did she say? She said 3 things in her presentations that made her business stand out. What did she say about her business and RTMS? Anna, you must check if it's the right answer, ne? There's a hand. There's a hand. Say that again. Credibility, visibility, marketability. That'll work for me. Thank you. Right, another one there. Okay, yeah, there we go. I have one more question. In Nicole's presentation, what did she say? How many medical procedures did she have? 7. How did you get to 7? So she got it. She got it. She got it. Okay. 7 medical procedures. Okie dokie. Right here. There's a brolly for you. There's a brolly for you. Yes, indeed. Okay. So from the presentation from Zolabix, what were the 3 things she said that are challenges that she found with RTMS audit processes? 3 things. Listen if they're right. So first hand up. What were the 3 things that from Zolabix said were challenges in terms of implementing RTMS? Do you need a clue? Give them one clue. No, there's the hand. Is that a challenge? So you're saying they don't comply? Is that the challenge? Will that work? No, she says no, sorry. Good guess though. Next one, George.
Audited to implementation.
Yes. That process. Audit from implementation. George was saying the process from audit to implementation. That's a challenge for many companies. The process, the time. Right. One is, okay, I'll take second one. Second one, George. Okay. So young George, you will win it purely on that basis because that young lady's got. Are you happy with that? All right. Okay. Right here. Young Jonathan, you have some questions. You've got some giveaways as well. There we go.
I thought it was going to be a lucky draw, but I'll ask questions.
Yes.
2 features of freeway fleet systems. 2 features. Yeah, that's what it'll do, but it's not features. 2 features. Reporting, yes. That's 2. That'll work for me. That'll work for me. Let's give you this one. Oh, do you want to? You'll have to give it to a team member. Oh, it's a good one, eh?
One more.
Last one.
More than that.
Okay, where could you find? Okay, we got 3 offices around the world. Where would you? Closest guests win. Joburg. New Zealand. 2. Last. Wait. So quick. We said Joburg. London's correct. So wait, hold on. But we got We got answers from all over. Okay, how's this? Give me another 2 features of freeway. First hand up. Another 2 features. Inspections, yes. That'll work for me.
Okay, 2 questions. 2 final ones from Standard Bank is give me the description on 2 of the banners that we've put up that is not transport. A Standard Bank banners that are up. 2 of the Standard Bank banners that are up, not the transport one. What is it promoting? Highball. 2 of the Standard Bank banners. Yeah, but not asset finance. Agricultural solutions. Pharmaceutical. Okay. Okay. I have a question for you. What does Freeway give you? What do they put on the table to help with the pain points and the pain of not complying? Panado, that'll work? Yes, that's good. Okay. And then I guess a final question from my part is, who is the host of the day? Okay, sorry. I meant to say the person who actually made it all possible, that's doing the streaming, hosting it. Yes. Okay. Yes. Sure. Okay, that's us done for the program. Thank you very much. So officially from all the sponsors and from everyone contributing and everyone attending, thank you so much. It's been a great day. Lots of information sharing. And I think it's also added benefits to you. And then lots of this information will be shared and available on the Transport Forum. And look out, there's another one coming. There's one at UJ. There's lots of exciting events happening on the Transport Forum. Thank you, Harry. Thank you, Mavis. Thanks everyone else. Thanks so much. And drive home safely and buckle up.